see if that fixes things. Hopefully. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to celebrate your artwork. We are going to take a look at the artwork that you've created, whether it's paintings or drawings, whether they were done in class or things that you created outside of class on your own, following your own vision and ideas. I want to celebrate those artworks as well as potentially give a little bit of feedback on maybe how to improve them. It should the rare occasion that they need a little bit of improving. And I think that's what we're all trying to do when we're trying to make art, is always trying to get closer to what it is that we really do want to say. So, just before we do so, just a quick reminder to, here's, maybe let's do this. The plan for today is that we're in a moment going to talk about the artwork that you've done inside of class, the various different master studies we've done recently. Then we're going to talk about paintings, and then we're going to do drawings. So we're going to flip that because we did that last time. So we're going to talk about drawings first and then wrap up. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these bonus episodes take place. If you want to support the channel with a couple bucks, you found something I had to say helpful at all for your creative journey, consider leaving a donation. And if you scan or enter in that QR code or the web address there, that's what it'll look like when you get to the PayPal page, where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. And here's other ways you can do it. You can send an e-transfer, check in the mail, or use the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live. And my email is on my website and the Facebook group. Speaking of the Facebook group, if you want to participate in the next session like this, scan the QR code there or enter in one of those web addresses you see on the screen. It'll take you to our Facebook page. I encourage you to join the Facebook page, take some photographs, upload them to the group so that we can celebrate your work in an upcoming episode, which will take place about a month and a half from now, so sometime in mid-April, I would say. Okay, so let's get right to it here. Where should we start? How about we start here with Gabriele Münter? So we celebrated her work, or the work that you guys did based on her work, in the last episode as well. But I'm such a huge fan of her work, I couldn't resist another episode focusing on Gabriele Münter's work. And so here's the work that people did recently based on hers. Interesting. Wow, that's so different. Okay. So let's talk about Christina's. Okay. That looks awesome, Christina. I'm trying to think, do I have anything I can offer or say about this? You know what I love? I love how kind of... this almost looks like watercolor. Oh, it is watercolor. Watercolor and liner pen. I was going to say, it's how soft all of these edges are. That makes sense if it's watercolor. If you were to give this effect with acrylic, that would be doubly impressive to try to get those transparent areas. Although that looks maybe like a little bit of... could be acrylic. Maybe some little bit of white mixed in with your... yeah, there's a little bit of white. Maybe a white acrylic on top there. Oh, there's, I think, is that you there, Christina, in the chat right now? That is beautiful. I really like how this one turned out. Nice use of those purples in the clouds right on the horizon. I like that. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. That's pretty cool. Let's move on here to Emily. Oops. Oh, this one's square. Interesting. Here, I'm just gonna close. Look at all the people in the chat there. Cavalier says hello. Miliona, Katie, Christina. Cavalier says, I really like your videos and motivational support for beginners. Keep the good work going. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much for saying such a positive thing. I appreciate it. Emily, this is beautiful as well. Wow, great. Trying to think if there's anything I can offer you here. We're off to such a great start. I mean, what am you guys make little masterpieces here. Way harder than I thought it would be. Yes. It's that's the thing about very simple paintings, quote simple paintings, is they can be pretty hard to do because there's not a lot of extra flashy artifice there that can to distract, right? I always make the comparison. It's like, you know, if you make a big Thanksgiving dinner, well, you got 20 different dishes and sauces, and maybe the company that's there is very, you know, if one thing isn't great, there's a lot of other great things. But if you make, I don't know, a steak, I mean, I'm a vegetarian, but if you make a steak and, you know, it's just like salt and pepper on the top, well, if it's not cooked perfectly and it's the only thing on the plate, then it's not going to be great. But if it's great, it's amazing. So, you know, that's the thing when you're working on something simple, you've really got to pull it off. Having said that, I think this turned out great. You know, little things. Maybe there's some interesting textures under this. I wonder if this is a painting painted over a previous painting. You know, some artists love painting on top of previous paintings and incorporating that texture. Personally, it drives me crazy, and if I was to do that, I often would sand the surface down before I paint on it, or put another layer of gesso to quiet some of that texture down, but that's just me personally. I think you've done a masterful job of taking this rectangular painting and transforming it into a square composition. Not easy to do. Square compositions, square canvases are notoriously difficult to do, often considered to be maybe the most difficult ratio to work with. Christine says, recreating other artists' work is a lot more challenging than I would have thought. That is very true. Ah, hey there, Senga's in the chat. I'm looking at airbrushes just now. Can anyone recommend any airbrushes? I haven't used an airbrush in 25 years, so I cannot recommend an airbrush for you. Although, it's funny that you mentioned that. It must be the algorithm, because I've been getting a bunch of airbrush videos recommended to me in my YouTube feed. So maybe the universe is trying to tell us something, or maybe Amazon has got a sale on it and it's trying to push it on us. Senga. Paula, this is great. Okay, so one of the things I notice is obviously we've got this yellow imprimatura that I like to use. And I would say that maybe that yellow is really dominating this composition. It's really coming through all of your colors. That's not a bad thing, but it does kind of change the picture. Just if we look at Christina's and Emily's, excuse me. So I can just zoom out here. So I'm not sure. You could see maybe they both used a little bit more of a cream color layer, maybe over top of the imprimatura or instead of the imprimatura. It's not a bad thing. It just makes this painting feel more like, you know, literally sunset, and we've got that golden hour light coming through. So it maybe changes it a little bit. It maybe even reminds me of, we've had a few years, the past few years, really bad forest fires here in Vancouver, or outside of town, that's made the skyline like very yellowy orange for like a week on end. And that's what this reminds me of. It's kind of cool. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like using that warm yellow imprimatura, is it does give everything that kind of warm yellow glow. I would just say perhaps putting another, like a cream layer over top of it, or just starting it with cream, which is what I think Christina did there. But it's not a deal breaker. It's just different, so it's just worth kind of pointing that out. Christine says, I have to give Paula all kinds of praise. She watches the classes and just goes for it. Always the first to post in the group. I agree. It's so exciting. I mean, Paula's been, I think, with me since the very beginning, almost 6 years ago, has painted pretty much every single one of these classes. And like Christina says, without any templates, that's pretty amazing. Okay. Let's go on here. So, this here is, we did an episode on Kees van Dongen's Brigitte Bardot. And this one was very popular, so let's scroll down here. Okay. I will go back through them all again. And where should we, maybe we'll start here with, oh, Katie says, yeah, the yellow reminds me of wheat fields. That's true. Barbara, okay, so looking at Kees van Dongen's artwork here. Yeah, we are looking at lots of yellowy stuff to start off, aren't we? This having hand-drawn the image using the wrong paper to start with. I mean, this is great, Barbara. Okay, first of all, why is this? I love this. I love this pencil drawing version. That is really nice. And then you did a separate painting. Huh. Very cool. I love both of these. Both of these turn out great. I especially like the pencil drawing version. That's a really fun way of approaching this here. There's something about the lightness of the majority of your pencil marks. It seems to, it's very flattering to the picture. Painting one is great. Closer to the original. I love the hair. Beautiful. You know, the yellow, I think the background is this, let's say if we look at Kathy's here, is like very saturated yellow. You've kind of replaced it with a bit more of a brownish orange. I wouldn't say that there's anything wrong with that. I feel like, though, that the painting becomes a little bit calmer, less bold, and I don't know, I feel like this painting benefits from being very bold. I mean, it is interesting that both your drawing and your painting have muted aspects. So here you've muted the colors. Here I guess you've muted the colors as well as the value contrasts, right? So it's not as dark. And I wonder what the thinking was there. I wonder how deliberate that was to mute them down a little bit. but I do think they're both really strong. Speaking of drawings, Brigitte did the pencil drawing version, and then didn't do a painting. That's cool too. You really got those big eyes in here. What can I say? What can I offer here? I would say one thing that would be maybe nice is to look at the way that Van Dongen painted the hair. And I think Barbara's done a great job of kind of these little curls and wisps, and trying to get a little bit of that in your drawing. I think that could really elevate this drawing. Right now, the hair feels a little bit, like a little bit scribbly, and I think if you pay just a little bit more attention to some of the curls in that hair, we could take this drawing from being pretty good to amazing. I think just that little focus on it, a little bit more detail in there, I think would be really nice. Ooh, that's beautiful, Kathy. First painting in a while. Fun to do the eyelashes. Wow, that's cool. I love you did the signature. I can't remember if we did the signature in our version. I see it right there, but I'm not going to grab it. I like to focus just on your work. Really nice job on that hair. Painting blonde hair is really tricky. Mixing that color is really tricky because blonde is kind of a combination of a number of different browns, and a lot of people really struggle to get those. I sometimes do to get those browns in there. And that's an exceptional job of mixing those blonde colors. I really like her face, her eyes. The look is really nice. Even the way that you've painted her shirt or dress, I like that the colors kind of conform to her body, or not the brush strokes. We can see this kind of texture kind of starting here and curving around. And that might sound pretty straightforward or pretty obvious, but sometimes people just fill it in randomly, and then those colors kind of contradict the overall direction of those various different surfaces and planes. And when one just sort of tries to follow those lines, complement them, it's just a subtle thing that maybe most people don't even notice, but it really pays off. That's really great, Barbara. Or Kathy, sorry. Beautiful job. Okay, Emily. Wow. That's cool. This feels like a much smaller canvas, too. I love how loose this is painted, too. Very confident brush strokes. The hair, again, exceptional job on that hair. I would even say, Emily, that this feels really... I'm really impressed with the way that you've painted this, how confidently, and I'm not sure how quickly it is, but it feels kind of energetic and spontaneous. Some of these brushstrokes, which are just literally one line, that's a very difficult thing to pull off, and just makes me think maybe the style of Kees van Dongen complements yours very well, and maybe consider painting some portraits, maybe of friends and family, or maybe just some celebrities, or maybe even better, just photos you see in magazines of for perfume ads or something. Maybe not famous people, but just in models and advertisements, or go get a tennis magazine or a bowling magazine if you don't know anything about tennis or bowling, and try to do some portraits from that. I think that could be really productive. That's the style I think complements yours very well. Inbar. Cool. Wow. So how's that? Oh, acrylic and markers. Interesting. Nice use of materials. That's great. Again, nice job on the shirt there. It is tricky when you're using markers because where they overlap is where your marks overlap, they tend to get a little bit darker, so that we get these kinds of lines or ridges that form. With acrylic paint, we can just kind of brush those out. With markers, you'd have to kind of continue to put layers on here to get rid of that. Not that it's bad. In fact, if anything, it kind of like I was just talking about, it does complement her form pretty well. Right? Like the way, I mean, this almost looks like her chest and the tension that would be on the clothing across her chest there. That looks almost like a tension line from her shoulder. And that kind of looks like where it might be pulling around her hips. I don't know how deliberate that was, but it is, to me, seems very fortunate, right? And often paintings are full of a lot of good luck, right? And then the face is really well done too. I do feel like, I can't remember if in the original, let's just take a look at some other versions. Yeah, you can see how other people just defined her chin a little bit. I think maybe that's what this might be missing. It's just a little definition there. Either just a very lightly drawn line, almost like this light blonde or darker blonde outline on the hair, or a little bit of brown. Because right now her head just kind of seamlessly goes into her neck. I think you want a little more support there and differentiation between face and neck. Or maybe a little bit of red, like we see here on her inner elbow. I'm trying to think with the eyes. I think maybe there's some of those. There could be some eyelashes there. Her nose. Almost like taking a little bit more of that skin tone. I mean, I don't know if I would do anything, but potentially, I think it's this nostril, something there, maybe just that skin tone, just erasing the left side here. Just taking this line right out, I think would be, but again, not a big deal. Just trying to think of ways that could help. Otherwise, amazing job. Cool. The background you photographed it on, this some kind of cloth. It actually kind of complements the painting in a strange way. It kind of reminds me of some of the patterns that I think Kees van Dongen was going for. I mean, potentially, if you were to submit this to an art gallery, you'd want, I think, a little bit more of just a plain background, white or black, gray, something neutral with all that pattern there. But I think for this painting, it's not too bad. Kathleen. That's cool. What can I say here? I don't know. I think this one turned out great. Interesting texture being built up in some places. I wonder what happened there. Looks like maybe that blue was drawing on you pretty quickly there, eh? I really like the look on her face. You did a great job of lining those eyes up so that they're looking directly at us. I always find drawing eyes really tricky and getting them to line up. They always either feel cross-eyed or they're looking apart, diverging. I don't know what to say there, Kathleen. I think this one's great. Oh, wow, Leslie. This is my first time sharing an artwork to the group. This is inspired by Kees van Dongen. It may look a little bit more like Brigitte Bardot's sister. That's funny. I like that. I like how you did your own thing. How you looks like you sketched it out. Obviously, you've changed the composition a little bit so that we're looking at kind of just the neck up as opposed to most of her torso and arms. I love the way that you've done this hair. Very bold choices. Right? That's pretty bold because you've really simplified all those details down. I mean, Kees van Dongen's original, very simplified, and you've dialed that up to like 11, like they say in Spinal Tap. And a lot of people would not have the confidence to do that. That's really exciting. Again, kind of like what I was saying earlier about Emily's work. Maybe this style really complements you really well. Maybe it's worth considering doing more portraits like this. And you know, I really like Kees van Dongen, and obviously here it's been one of the more popular paintings we've done, as well as the one we did before. Maybe we got to do another Kees van Dongen episode. Paula, wow, that's great. This is beautiful. And again, everybody did such a great job with blonde hair. From when I paint in person with people, I would say blonde is by far the hair color that gives people the most difficulty. And everyone here, without question, has done an exceptional job of that. So I don't know what incredible convergence of incredible luck or talent, ability came through here. Maybe I explained it really well in the episode. I don't know. But this is great. I also there's something about, you know, it's interesting, you know, when we look at the original here, you know, her recline, kind of, she's in a bit of like a reclining pose, right? The way that she's sort of, oh no, it's kind of like, why am I having such a difficulty doing this? Yeah, she's her kind of hips are, whereas this one feels like she's more, there's something a little bit more regal, like you know, like a Princess Diana or something. That this is what I would imagine if you were to go visit Buckingham Palace and you had a appointment with a princess there, and you're walking down these long hallways, and at the end of the hallway, they're like, the princess will see you now, and the doors open, and she's kind of just standing there next to a chair, and you're just like, I don't know, there's something about that, just the way that she's standing is like she's waiting for you. I don't know. I love the way this face is painted. It's very different than anybody else's, and it's also very different than the way Kees van Dongen painted it. But you've created your own thing here, and it's fantastic. I would go so far as to say this is one of my favorite things that you've ever done, Paula. I just something about this that is really cool. Even the kind of darker, slightly reddish, pinkish, brownish colors that are around her eyes, I don't think Kees van Dongen quite did that. I mean, he did a little bit of it, but you've really dialed that up. That's really successful. I like that a lot. Wow, everyone did such a great job on this painting. Look at all these masterpieces. Okay, I think we definitely have to do another episode on this great artist, because these are super cool. Okay, where should we go next? So these next paintings are inspired by the work of Joan Mitchell, who is or was one of the great abstract painters, and I love her work. If you recall this episode, I began this painting with the assistance of my daughter. Her and I did some sketches in the museum where her work was on display. You know, I'm sure there's some people watching right now who are like, well, that's ridiculous. This is definitely not my cup of tea. And that's one of the reasons why I like doing episodes like this that are kind of completely different. And to give people an opportunity to maybe try doing something that is totally outside their comfort zone, maybe even attempting to recreate an artwork in a style that you don't like. And I think one of those things, you try painting in a style like this, and you're like, oh man, this is trickier than I thought, or I've never done anything like this before. And it might not end up being something you ever do again, but just having that experience, I think, is really important, really valuable. Sometimes it just gives you a bit more of appreciation for other methods of working, other styles, genres of painting. And sometimes people find it really liberating, very freeing. Sometimes people find painting this way really difficult because it is so wild and loose, and they want something a little bit more, they want to have a little bit more control over the painting, and this is giving up a lot of control. Okay, so Kathy's version here. I love doing these. The one on the left was the first, one on the right, no yellow, was the second one. So both of these are intended to be like flowers, you know, plants, and they're so wild. I mean, I love Joan Mitchell's work a lot. I think she's definitely an underrated artist. I mean, within abstract communities, she's seen as sort of like a, you know, big heavy hitter, but I think she could be more appreciated, I think, for sure. I don't know if there's anything I can offer here, Kathy, that I like how these are done. I mean, it's really hard to let go like that. That is so cool. Christina says, much respect to everyone who took on the Mitchell abstracts. I bombed out big time on this one. Katie says, Kees van Dongen did a super cool painting called Josephine Baker. Well, Josephine Baker is an awesome jazz singer. I'm a big fan. I'll have to, maybe let's just take a quick look here. Oh, cool. That is fun. I mean, it's similar kind of vibe to the Brigitte Bardot painting, isn't it? Those big eyes and eyelashes. It's interesting that Kees van Dongen put the eyelashes really on the bottom like that. That is very unusual. Huh. Very cool. Just getting back here to Kathy's painting. I mean, so to paint a painting like that, you know, it requires kind of the paintbrush just dangling over the surface and just sort of dragging around. And again, most people will be like, that's ridiculous. But just try doing it, and I think you'll find it's a little trickier than you might imagine at first. That's cool too. I love these wild, fun lines. That's great, Kathleen. Fun tutorial. Probably not my favorite style to paint, but it's growing on me. I'm curious to see how everyone else approached it. That's cool. Good on you, Kathleen, for doing that. Very cool. Oh, wow. Okay, Nat. Yes, painting bigger worked for... Yes, that's very typical. Painting on this kind... Painting... That's why you definitely find almost the vast majority of abstract paintings tend to be pretty big, because there's something very physical about making an abstract painting. And if you're just doing these little tiny wrist movements on a small canvas, it's hard to convey the full body energy that is in so many of these paintings. And is this there's that paper. It's hard to see. What kind of surface is that? Oh, okay. Used 18 by 24 paper. Okay. I like that you primed it with some, I don't know if that's gesso or something on there, or just white paint. Smart. Very smart. Ooh, I like these. It almost looks like some drips going on there. Very cool. Ooh, yeah. You're starting to get a little Jackson Pollock. I've had a 4 Jackson Pollock episodes scheduled for about 4 years now, and they keep getting bumped for various reasons. But when we do Jackson Pollock, Nat, I think yours... it's going to come very easily to you. And then there's Paula's version. Whoa, Paula. Wild. So this one, I mean, a lot of the colors are very different. I mean, in the original, we've got all these greens and reds and yellows, maybe even a little bit of black, where yours has got reds and oranges and blues and black. I also feel it's almost, to me, like compositionally, it feels almost a little bit upside down. That in the original, we've got these green, more dense areas on top, and then below, it's a little bit lighter in color. So that's why I have rotated this around. That feels a little bit more like the original. But that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with your painting. If this is how you felt inspired to make it, then by all means, just go with it. Again, Paula, you always do your own thing. And as an artist, I have great admiration for your determination to kind of inject your own creativity, your own approach to each one of these artworks, your own set of colors, your own palette. Despite it being a little bit different, that's what makes, I think, so many of your artworks so exciting. Oops. Come on, get out of that. Okay. Where should we move on to next? Well, how about, let's look at Jean-Paul Riopelle maintenant. Jean-Paul Riopelle and Joan Mitchell had a long, tumultuous love affair that was super productive for both of those artists. They lived together, painted together for, I think, almost 25 years, and influenced one another. And both of these, all three of them, because we're going to look at another Riopelle painting here in a moment, were all on exhibit recently at the Vancouver Art Gallery. Had an exhibition of Riopelle's work that included those two Joan Mitchell pieces as well. Wow. Okay. So fascinating. So Jean-Paul Riopelle, being kind of like Canada's Jackson Pollock, not really in terms of technique or even style necessarily, both abstract painters, but in terms of, I suppose, prominence, celebrity, both being kind of each country's most famous abstract painter of the period, right? Jackson Pollock being from California, Jean-Paul Riopelle being from Quebec. Wow, these are cool. I mean, I'm just so fascinated by how different all of these approaches are. It's really neat to me because each person saw different lines and shapes and colors. I think if we put each of these paintings into a blender, we would get the same ratio of colors, of value, of between contrast between light and dark, but they are all a little bit different interpretations. They're all like different versions of the same song. Okay, okay, Kathy's got two of these. Is this the same painting? Am I just going crazy here? Okay, what's going on here? Oh, it is just, it's upside down in the middle. Now, I can't remember, I feel like that is the original side up. But you've included, okay. Huh. I mean, that's one of the interesting things with abstract painting, too, is sometimes, like, determining what is up or down or sideways. Artists can spend weeks trying to determine which is the right side up. And there's very famous examples of who's the artist. There's a funny story about an artist going to visit a collector of their work and showing up and walking into like their living room and immediately noticing that they hung the painting sideways or something. But they didn't say anything because they were just like, well, if that's the side that they like, then who am I to say that they've done it wrong? Because I've been there there was a period for about 2 years where I did a lot of abstract painting, and I would literally do that same sort of thing. As I would make a painting, and then I'd be like, well, I'll just put it upside down and hang it there for a little while, and then I'd rotate it, leave it like that for a week, rotate it again, and just sort of see if one direction or another feels more natural. I would say there's something about this version or this direction that feels more natural, like those arcing curves feel like, I feel like this is how it was painted. I feel like this is upside down. I could be totally wrong, but again, there's something fun about flipping upside down and being like, it's sometimes has a totally different energy upside down. Anyway, I think these turned out great, Kathy. I'm really excited with how they turned out. I'm going to move on here. Paula's version. Whoa, that's wild. There's something about the way that you've painted this that feels very... I see a landscape in this painting. Like I see some kind of horizon line here, and like this being further away, like sky, and this being like rocks or something. It's funny that I don't really see that in this one. I don't know. That's so wild. I can't tell you why I feel that way. But this is very interesting, the way that you've created even this cable. I keep seeing this I don't know, power plug, like a charger cable for a phone or something in the background, and these markers. Obviously those aren't a part of the original painting or your version of the painting, like if I zoom in a bit, but they do feel kind of like they complement the photograph very well. Or when I was in graduate school, I would exhibit paintings like this with studio debris right next to it, because I felt like they were part of the artwork. But so maybe you're tapping into, I have a little deja vu of my own career in there. Wow, here's Richard's version. Interesting. I mean, I love how this is painted. I'm feeling like it kind of reminds me of somebody else's paintings. I'm trying to think. You know, it does remind me of early Jackson Pollock, when he first started to go more abstract. He did things like this with very bold use of lighter colors, painting right on top of the surface. That kind of reminds me of that. Like I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about, Michael? What is that? They do not look the same, but you can see, like with Jackson Pollock, like he's got these big shapes, and then he's kind of got these little doodly lines over top. That's a great painting. I don't know. I love it. Some people are like, my kid could do that, but I love it. I don't know, I cannot help but see this here as like a Venus flytrap, which I know anytime you say that about an abstract painting, the artist is just like, oh my goodness. And that would probably cause an artist to paint it out, but I think let's keep this in mind here while we look at the next Jean-Paul Riopelle painting, because I think only Richard attempted this painting, and so it's really worth just kind of considering these two paintings, both by Richard, of Jean-Paul, of two different Jean-Paul Riopelle paintings, and just showing kind of the diversity of approaches that Richard himself has used. So this is Chicago 2, also by Jean-Paul Riopelle, and the way that Richard's paint, I love this painting. My goodness, that is gorgeous. building up all of this gooey texture like that. Wow. Like this feels very much like a Riopelle painting. Or at least, I mean, both of them feel like Riopelle paintings. And they are from different periods of Riopelle's life. But that's really cool. I mean, again, some people I don't expect to appreciate or even understand this type of painting. But let's just say painting this way is really difficult. Especially to do this with acrylic paint because it dries so fast. So you've got to be on your horse going, you know, like a race car. How many metaphors can I squeeze into one sentence? Get on your horse like a race car. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Wow. I'm a big fan of this painting. Just technique wise, to get it to make a painting that is really wild and chaotic and messy without becoming a blob, without becoming just a big ugly mud puddle. Not that, I mean, mud puddles can be great. My daughter loves mud puddles, but to get it to this point is that's I guarantee if anybody tries to do this painting to pull this off, this is really difficult. That's really cool, Richard. I'm really proud of you on that one. Wow. So everyone did so good on those Riopelle. You know, I would just again say, you know, I know some people are not big fans of this type of work. Just try it. I mean, especially use a canvas that maybe a painting you didn't like. You're like, this one's terrible. I'm going to throw it out. It's like, well, okay, well, you're going to throw it out. Maybe just have a little bit of fun on that one, and then throw it out, like graffiti over top of an old painting, and see how well it turns out. Jermaine says, I just started the basics course. Awesome. That is cool, Jermaine. Well, I can't wait to see what you create. Again, join our Facebook group. Upload your progress to the group so that we can celebrate your paintings and your drawings in a future episode. I love all these things. Singa says, reminds me of a child. It reminds me of a child taking your pencils for a walk on paper. Interesting. Things my mom used to do it with me all the time, and I loved it as a warm-up. I see a man in Richard smoking a cigarette. Huh. To me, I see like a pirate here, like from the Muppets, right? I can't remember which Muppet it is. He's got like a bandana on, and those are his teeth. There's his big nose. Here's like what do you call that? Like like the Lone Ranger's mask. There's one eye and there's another eye. There's the teeth, and looks like he's got his hand up like that. I don't know. And we can see tons of stuff like this. Jermaine says, I just did the Picasso guitar. The guitarist. Oh, cool. Or is it the drawing? Oh, Sengus is the other one of Richard's. You see a man smoking. Interesting. Oh, there's Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Thing says I see a nose in the middle. Is that it? Maybe that the nose? I don't know. Again, this is stuff that painters hate. I mean, I have a lot of abstract painter friends, and you just know that if you ever have a friend who makes abstract paintings and you see their work and you're like, wow, That looks like they're just like, oh man, seriously, because they're very likely to go paint that kind of stuff out. And the story I always give is my grandmother, I was doing kind of like abstract landscapes, and I remember she once said like, oh Michael, these would be even better if you painted a whole bunch of little baby faces all over the surface. I was like, baby faces? Okay. She's like, because everybody loves babies. It's like, okay. And so I remember the time thinking, that is the most hilarious thing ever. And then as I get older, I think like, maybe that's what all my work has been lacking this whole time, is just endless baby faces. Maybe if I just follow my grandmother's advice, that's the secret to success. Okay, next we're going to look at Jack Goldstein's artwork. Jack Goldstein was a former teacher and friend of mine who passed away 20 years ago or so. And this is the original artwork is a animated video, rotoscoped video that we transformed into paintings. Wow. These are so great. Huh. Each one's a little bit different. I love these. So Kathleen. Interesting. What do we got going here? I just got a chance to paint this. This is a good lesson on blending and glazing. Cool. What could I say? I think maybe, arguably, just a little. I think in my version, I put a little bit of extra color, like a little bit of yellow and pink, very subtle colors in there, just to kind of complicate the palette, to give it a little bit more diversity of color, a little bit less monochrome. Not that you need to do so, but it is wild. Like, I mean, I don't think Jack Goldstein was thinking about cubism when he made this painting. Probably would have been one of the last things on his mind. But it is really interesting now, just looking at these as paintings, how they do feel kind of very cubist. So here you can see how Richard has added a little bit of extra color in there. I don't know, maybe you don't need that. Maybe it's fine as it is. That's wild. I think Jack Goldstein would be pretty excited to know that people are still out here somewhere in the universe talking about him and his work, and that potentially this painting, this image could continue on long after he's gone. That makes me really happy. He was such a good person, such a sweet guy. Such a tragic, unfortunate end to his life, but okay, Paula's. So this one is even weirder, Paula. So the way that you've painted it, are those little... Interesting. Looks like maybe you used a acrylic paint pen or something to draw those little circles. And he does almost seem to have like horns or something. Like, okay, again, we're talking about like seeing faces and things. Is it just me, or do you see like a nose, a mouth, and then maybe two eyes up here, and then ears? Like this is, you know, like Tony the Tiger. They're great. Oh my goodness. And again, I would think Jack Goldstein would find that hilarious. I mean, I think we could probably have a little bit more of these diagonal lines, especially kind of right up next to the circles, because after all, it's those circles that are lights that are creating these reflections, and so this looks a little bit more like Tony the Tiger jumping through a waterfall or sprinkler or something than being made of light that's reflecting. Not bad, just different. And then here's Richard's version. Wow. I remember when I saw this on the Facebook group, I was like, I think Richard did it better than me. That's these reflections, how some are bigger, more bold than others. Very successful here. I think having that background being really dark is also very effective. What else can I say here about this? I don't know. Let's maybe zoom in for a second. Yeah. I mean, I'd almost say that maybe there could be a little like what I love about this is the differentiation between these different spheres. How some of them are big and glowing and some of them are really small. I think that is super cool. I almost feel like I want to see a bit more of that in these line work, that some of the lines are big and glowing and bold, and some of them are a little bit more faintly painted so that we might have a little bit more depth. I mean, I'm just nitpicking because I think it looks so cool. And I do remember feeling after I did mine, I'm like, kind of got 90% there. There's something missing in my own painting too. So I hope it's clear that I do not see myself as the final say on any of these paintings. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's talk about Elizabeth Peyton. Now we did some drawings by Elizabeth Peyton. I think we did 2 drawing episodes. And then we did 1 painting episode. I can't remember how I approached this. But anyway, here's people's recreations of Bob Dylan by Elizabeth Peyton. Let's look at these again. It's so wild. Everyone did such different work. I love it. It's so cool. It just makes me super happy looking at these. Just I feel humanity. I feel so human when I look at other people's work. It just makes me recognize or reinforces the idea that everybody's different. And that's everyone's going to create something a little bit different. And everyone's going to create something that's got its own little weirdness to it. And that's what makes art super special. So let's start here with Christina's. I would say one thing is that these eyes are not fully aligned. This eye is kind of looking, kind of coming right over. Which way is it? This way? Yeah, you see how it's kind of lined up here, and then the other one is kind of going, oops, I don't know. I get so backwards and I try to do this, but it does look like this eye is looking just over my left shoulder, whereas this one is looking kind of off to the side. Right? I think particularly if you just kind of cover the face with like your hand and just cover the like, how can I show that? Or you see how that seems like this eye is looking off to the space, versus we look here, it's kind of looking straight ahead. So I might have even mentioned in that episode, that's one of the things that I struggle with myself all the time. So what I'll do is I'll just draw one eye in and be okay, that one's done. And then I start very slowly with the other one. I kind of put a little few lines there very lightly and then kind of stand back and look at it, be like, no, that, I gotta erase that, move it over a little bit. Another trick that I kind of gained is from looking at the paintings of Henri Matisse. And when he was doing his like cutout paintings, what he would do is he would take little pieces of paper and cut them into shapes, and then just take a little pin and pin it, that shape, onto the canvas, and then kind of stand back and be like, no, I'm going to move it a little bit. Or actually, that was kind of, I mean, he did a little bit of that, but often actually even had an assistant doing that because he was, towards the end of his life, he was often in a wheelchair. So he'd say, you know, can you just take that and just move that eye a little bit to the left? And he'd be kind of sitting farther back, and he's like, a little bit, oh, no, go back. Yeah, there, and sometimes you can't see that unless you're standing a little bit further back. Wow. Emily, that is wild. Look how expressive all of these lines are. I love it. Wow, that feels like, you know, we've been talking about abstract painting this morning, and this is has that same expressive energy that we've seen, you know, in the way that you painted even the Kees van Dongen painting. I don't know, there's something cool about that. This drawn version, you know, it's got all these kind of, it's very scribbly, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It is a fine line when it comes to being very expressive versus being kind of scribbly. And scribble, you know, I love scribbling, and it does get a bad rap, but I do feel like some of this is less intentional. Like, there's a very intentional way that one can scribble. Like, I feel like some of, I don't know, maybe that, never mind. Maybe I think I don't know. Now, it seems like everyone's eyes are a little bit off to the side. It's not strange. Is that what the original looks like? With the eyes being off to the side? Everyone's portraits are like that. Did I do that? Did I do it? Maybe that's what the original drawing is like. I could be wrong. Huh. So this here, Juliana, this is cool. Great job. You really nailed the face, the likeness. Anything I can offer here? I don't know. I like how this is done. I think this is a masterful job of doing this drawing. That's great. Stephanie, I starting my vacation today with my mom. Suitcases packed and ready for adventure. Use truckle stick. I think this looks great. One thing I would say is I think the top of the head is missing. So for instance, remember the eyes are roughly in the middle of the face, or of the head, right? So if we think of this distance from eye to chin, so it's 388. Okay, so right here, this should be where if his head was shaved, that's where the top of his head would be. Right? So, and yet he's got this hair with a lot of volume. So that suggests that if we kept his hair with the same level of volume, it would go all the way up and off the page here. Right? That this area right up top should just be hair. And it does sort of look like you originally had some stuff there, but you erased it. I think it should be back there. In fact, I think maybe you thought maybe his hair, these looks like a few little stragglers of hair. I think what we'd want to do is just fill that whole area in, and I think that's really going to dramatically change it, because it just sort of looks like he's just missing the top of his head. That's just, yeah. There's Paula's version. I think a little bit of the same thing. Again, if we just look at how big, so 675. So the top of his head, again, of just his bald, if we were to shave his head, that's where the top of his head should be. So once again, that hair should be going right off the page. I don't mind it so much here, because I feel like your style, Paula, lends itself to a little bit of distortion like that, but like I think we can see this here. Okay, so if we draw a line down here, 630. Okay, so you see right here, that would be typically where the top of the head would be. And then so we have this hair coming off the head up top. I don't know if anybody can even see those lines I'm drawing on camera. Let's do the same thing here. 575. So it's here. It does look like maybe the top of his head, there could be a little bit more volume to that hair. So it's just a matter of I mean, you can measure this stuff out yourself, right? If I take this paintbrush, let's say I'll go to the corner of my eye, right? And so that's the length of my eye to my chin, right? And then I do the same thing here, right? That's the top of my head right there. So you can see my eyes are basically right in the middle of my head. And so if I was to instead have my hair really starting, like if this is the top of my head, then my whole face seems very small. Okay, these all look great. I should move on, however. I'm just going to close a few of these windows. Oops, I put one in the wrong place here. So I got Paula's, Juliana's, and Christina's version of Napoleon. Again, these are all by Elizabeth Peyton, the original by Elizabeth Peyton. They're all so different. That's fascinating. So this drawing, the original drawing, is based on a painting of the young Napoleon. And what I love is how Elizabeth Peyton kind of takes figures from history and pop culture, modern day pop culture, and kind of has them existing in the same universe timeline or something, or they all feel kind of very contemporary with one another. Right? She makes Napoleon sort of look like he could be in a Britpop band or something, that he could be playing drums for Oasis, which I just think is super funny, and that's one of the reasons I love her work so much. Is just how kind of iconoclastic she is, how she has reverence for these people, but she also just takes lots of freedom. So Christina's here. This is great. Again, if we just think about where the eyes are in the face, look at, if we draw a line down here, it's 597. So technically that would be the top of the head. So there's two ways we can go about this. Is we can extend the top of his head. If we do that, I think this head is going to feel really tall and narrow. Whereas I think these eyes should probably be somewhere like right about there. That would be our eye line. Not bad. I mean, there's lots of artists like El Greco or Modigliani who deliberately have very, very long faces. But even then, they're a little bit more in proportion. So this is a little bit out of proportion. But that's not necessarily, there's nothing wrong with that stylistically. But if we're going for something a bit more, quote, realistic, then that could be a little amendment we might make. Here's Paula's version. I love that. What can I say here? I mean, he almost looks a little bit like Paul McCartney or something. Doesn't he look like a Beatle? Again, or Oasis. Oasis, they always wear these sort of like tracksuit jackets. I think that's very funny. Christine says, Michael, I'm noticing that I draw really high cheeks. LOL. Could that mistaken perception happen because I draw with it flat in front of me? I mean, maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's a good idea every once in a while just to take your drawing and just to prop it up and just look at it. You know, if you find, because sometimes I find that here on these episodes, because I'm kind of looking at them from, you know, if we look from the side, I'm kind of looking it down here because I don't want to get my head in front of the camera above. So sometimes I'll look at it and be like, oh, that looks great. And then I look at it on the screen, or I go do this and I'm like, whoa, everything is actually attenuated and stretched out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just a matter of just making a few little lines and just kind of just, you know, let's see. You know, so if we have like an oval shape, right, it's just to think about our eyes are right there, right? Cheekbones kind of, everyone's a little bit differently, but they kind of run roughly from the ear down towards maybe sometimes the corner of the mouth towards the chin. Right, so then your hairline is going to be up here. Right, so here I can just, if I'm doing a drawing like this, I can just take my pencil and I can say, okay, let's compare up here. Right, and so that's pretty much right in the middle. Does that make sense? I don't know. Juliana's. Okay, cool. I love this shading you've got here, Juliana. Wow, very cool. I mean, I think that's different than the way that Elizabeth Peyton did her drawings, but I kind of like it. It's very wild. It's almost a little bit psychedelic. It kind of reminds me of Louis Wain. We did an episode on Louis Wain, and there was a great movie that I think it's called The Amazing or The Electric Life of Louis Wain. And so we did a few paintings by Louis Wain, but you know, quite famously he had some, or it's believed he had some type of neurological condition later in life. And so his original is he did lots of paintings of cats, but then I think we did this painting, right? They start to become more and more strange and psychedelic. And so I kind of feel like these lines radiating from the eyes and nose. I mean, I know it's just cross-hatching, but the particular way that you've done it is kind of unusual and in the best way. Right? I'm the last to discourage anybody from doing anything kind of creative and strange and weird and playful. I would say, however, if you're like, oh, I don't like those things that you're saying. I don't really want it to be psychedelic. I don't want it to be kind of strange and weird. I just want it to look, quote, right. Okay, so if that was the case, what I would do, because let's say kind of one of the things. Let's bring both of these on screen at the same time. Right, we've got like you're kind of shading it. Very dramatically here. Right, we got. Right, might be instead, like, let's say I was to do this on the other side, would be to think about trying to kind of curve these shapes around the eyebrows. Let me see, how can I I guess that's also kind of psychedelic. But it is attempting to kind of conform a little bit more to the shapes of like kind of describe these volumes a little bit more, whereas these are very much more flat, and I feel like it's that flatness there that is making it feel psychedelic somehow. I'm not sure how. I think it's because in psychedelic art, everything there's a how would you say it? It's like a unification of foreground and background into a singular surface. And so it's almost like it's a denial of the individual volumes. They lose their individual, each shape. Like so for instance, let's say there was a boat going by here. In behind this person. Right, so if we take this drawing, and let's say I also put shading on this boat and on the water, and if everything is shaded in the exact same way, you see how like the foreground and background start to just kind of merge together because they're all treated in the same, versus, you know, if I have this shaded here and then I've got the boat is treated a little bit differently, right? Then there's a bit more separation between the boat and the face, and therefore they exist in different spaces. I don't know. I'm just kind of maybe I'm rambling a little bit there. Melonia says, yeah, I have the same problem with flatness. Yes. I mean, again, it's everything is relative here. Just and I want to show that just before I move on, and you're like, oh, like, what's an example here? Is you'll notice that Leonardo da Vinci, who, you know, not too bad of an artist. I mean, I'm going on a limb there and say that. Is you see that Leonardo, he almost always did these, his shading in diagonal marks. Oops. Let's get this. Right, Leonardo, he almost always did his shading in these diagonal lines. And you can see Leonardo, no attempt whatsoever to have those lines conform and contour the body. Right, which is kind of like the opposite of what I teach, but, you know, Leonardo was able to pull it off. You see though in some of his other drawings here though, we do have, why is this not letting me scroll down? You could see how even in this drawing by Leonardo, we do have these lines, but in this one we have a bit more of those lines going in multiple different directions. So I would even say that's a bit more of a successful drawing of his, personally. Like, here's a great example. Like, look how inside this womb here, those lines curve around, how they curve around the body. Right. And so that helps create that distinction between the child here and then the outer form, right? Because those lines are all going in different directions, so they contrast one another. Yeah, I think I went on a bit of a tangent there, but I think it's important distinction when these things come up. Okay. Here we've got Elizabeth Peyton's painting entitled Zoe's Kurt Cobain. I've only had 2 people approach this one. So here we've got Kathleen's version and then Paula's version. So different. Very funny. I like the way this has been painted here, Kathleen. I like the looseness of the colors. Again, this is an interesting one because, you know, we've seen a few people who really liked Kees van Dongen's work, right? And how loose and expressive. We can paint those. So I'm surprised more people didn't paint this painting. Maybe people just aren't fans of Nirvana or something. I don't know. But I'm surprised more people didn't try their hand at this one, because I think it has very similar qualities. I mean, I would even say that, and I probably talked about it in the episode, is that Elizabeth Peyton follows very much in the tradition of Kees van Dongen, who painted a lot of celebrities, right? Kees van Dongen was kind of like the Andy Warhol 50 years before Andy Warhol. Right, in fact, they overlapped a little bit, because Kees van Dongen lived until the 60s, I think, right? What can I offer here? I don't think there's anything I can offer here, Kathleen. I think you did a great job. Paula's version. I think this one's very funny. I like it a lot. I would say, though, that maybe the hair, adding all of this purple and white into the hair, it makes his hair much darker, because originally, you know, Kurt Cobain, at least in the image that inspired the Peyton's painting, he's got blonde hair. I think he had like kind of brownish hair, and he dyed it blonde. But here, making it purple changes it. He also looks much more feminine here. I mean, I think one of the things about the original painting is, and one of the reasons Elizabeth Peyton was attracted to him to begin with, is kind of how androgynous he is at different times. In some of his images and concerts persona, that was part of his kind of punk rock, kind of anti-establishment, anti-authoritarian kind of thing, about kind of blurring boundaries and stuff, and kind of questioning gender roles, all that stuff. So here, this is, I guess that's taking it to the extreme, where he's literally gone through a transition into a woman. How could we make this more masculine? Well, you know, again, some of this goes into tropes and stereotypes of genders, but a few things that could change it is maybe making the neck a little bit wider, right? Women tend to have a little bit narrower necks, a little bit more slender, less, because men just tend to have bigger shoulders, and so that would be another, like, neck and shoulders. So we would probably see that this shoulder might come up a little bit higher, right? Just sort of making his whole upper torso a little bit more defined. In terms, you know, Kurt Cobain also wore lipstick during concerts and stuff too, and so he does have very red lips. And, you know, again, he also used like mascara and kind of outlined his eyes. I would say probably a lot of it is not in the face. It's the neck and the shoulders that would make him look more masculine than feminine. Like, that would change things. And you may even kind of just define that jaw. Just make it darker. Because it tends to be, when we're painting more feminine figures, we do have a less strong jaw, or we de-emphasize that. I mean, we saw that when we were Kees van Dongen's Brigitte Bardot. Some of you almost have no line there whatsoever. The face just sort of melds into the neck. Whereas men, chiseling that out, I think, helps create more of a masculine features. Again, all these things are open to being questioned, but I hear from people all the time, why is my drawing, you know, I'm trying to draw like a football player, and it looks more like a ballet dancer, female ballet dancer. What am I doing wrong? right? So it's like, okay, well, here's a few ways that we can kind of emphasize certain kinds of gender qualities. Okay, how are we doing with time here? Okay. Polly, crack me up in this. Tatiana, Richard. So we're now looking at artwork by Fernand Léger. Fernand Léger was a cubist, or as often people call his work, tubist. Tubes as opposed to cubes. I really like how this painting turned out. This painting is in Canada's National Gallery in Ottawa, and I think is one of his best paintings. It's really one of his very iconic paintings that really, I feel like, conveys a lot of Fernand Léger's. It's like a bit of a manifesto. Okay, so it's funny though, Paula, the way that you've painted it, it's almost like you've taken him from this abstract cubist world and tried to bring him back into our world. Like he looks a little bit less stylized and atomized than the original. Even though he's kind of a bit more cartoony, you might even say, I feel like the background feels more habitable, less abstract. So I just find that funny. It's super wild and interesting to see that. Tatiana's. It's in memory of my father, who was a mechanic. I did not believe I could make this look decent. But, yeah. You've done a great job here, Tatiana. I don't know, what can I offer here? I feel like there's a few little oopsies, little bits of black paint that kind of smudged out of the lines. Not a big deal. I don't think his style is all about perfection, but I think those are just little, like when you have a lot of straightish lines and then something deviates from that, it really stands out, right? You know, it's like if you have a shirt with stripes on it and you get a little bit of red ketchup on it, just as it does if you got a shirt like this. It's like, whoa, it sticks out. Versus if you've got like a wild patterned clothes and it's like, or it almost doesn't even have a pattern, images all over. It's like you could get in a food fight there and no one would know that there was any kind of any stains on there. So that's, I mean, super minor nitpick. I don't know if I can spot anything else. Great blending here. These gradients that you've painted here are really, really well done. Richard's version. Wow, that is cool, Richard. I don't know what's to say. It says, I had a lot of trouble with glazing, so I used whatever worked to blend. That's pretty good. If that's you having trouble, that's a great, either you responded to the trouble really well, or I wish I had your problems. I can't see. I don't see any issues here. It's interesting. Richard got inspired to pursue another Léger painting here. So that's the original, and then that's your version. Wow, bang on. Nailed that one. It does make me think about how much of a debt the pop artist Roy Lichtenstein has to Fernand Léger with colors. Because, I mean, this looks a lot like the late Roy Lichtenstein paintings. Like Roy Lichtenstein was kind of, after Andy Warhol, probably the second most famous pop artist of all time, an American artist from New York, and he did a lot of these kind of quoting of artworks from art history in his own pop art style. So that's what this reminds me of. I mean, the original is again uniquely Léger. I don't know. You did a great job. I don't. I'm just kind of going down a tangent here. Okay. Wow, everyone's done such great work. Okay, what should we? How about we'll do a few more here. Francisco Goya. I'm actually surprised more people didn't attempt these Goya paint. Maybe people just aren't as attracted to the subject matter. I think we did this for Halloween. Barbara's not finished, but I can get a cup of tea now and have another go at staining it. So I think with this painting, I made my own stain out of tea, speaking of which. And then just sort of brushed it on like watercolor to give the painting a bit of a sepia-like quality. I think this looks great. What could I offer? I don't know if there's anything I can say. Is this done on a canvas? Kind of looks like it's been painted, isn't it? Isn't it just me? Or I feel like I see the texture, the weave of the canvas in there, but great job. The sleep of reason produces monsters. Well, you said it's unfinished. I would suppose one of the things we could do is just go a little bit darker on a few places, kind of like what we see Emily did here. So this is done in Procreate. So this is done on a computer tablet. So I like how you've got this kind of grayish color, grayish cream color in the background, and you use that as a middle value. So then therefore you can get darker with the blacks, and then you can get lighter with some white. This is very effective. I think you did a really good job here. And, you know, a lot of these, the line work is very, very fast. But it does remind, that's kind of the way that Goya did this drawing, is he's working pretty quick. And Juliana, wow. Again, another little bit of a different approach. Looks like just pencil on paper. So just shading. I love these kind of curving lines. We just talked about that when I was talking about shading. Louis Wayne, Leonardo da Vinci. Very effective. don't think there's anything I can offer these. These are all really fantastic, really cool. Juliana was the only one who did this drawing. This is also by Goya. This is kind of our warm-up drawing for this particular episode. This is great. The line work on this donkey. Huh. Really nice. Great. I love these bony limbs. Wow. And this monkey, that's great. Yeah, anything, is there anything I can offer here? I don't think so. That's cool. Okay, wow, everyone did so great. Goya. I mean, he's you know, right up there. I don't know, close to Mount Rushmore in terms of importance to art history. So even just being aware of some of these artists, I think is for me a major win, because, you know, I would say probably the vast majority of the general public might not have heard of many of these names, and I think it's important for people, especially the more and more you get to know about art, to become aware of some of the shoulders that we're all standing on right now. So these are paintings based on Vincent van Gogh's skull. I think this was our... we did a bunch of Halloween paintings. I think this is one of them. So we'll start here with Emily's. Well, what I would say, Emily, I mean, I love how this painting looks. It's very fun. I think in terms of anatomy, proportion, I think there's a few things that are a little bit wonky. I think there's something about the shape of the skull. I think it's the jaw and the cheekbones, and the kind of the lack of some definition around the eyebrow ridges, I think. So right here, like the jaw is going to be much slimmer as it comes in here. You have kind of like, again, if let's say we compare it to something like this, look how the jaw comes up and it's almost aligned with the outer side of the eye sockets here, right? So we've got lots of extra room on either side, versus on yours they're actually wider than the eye sockets, right? I mean, essentially this should be the outer edge of that jaw, right? Kind of where you've got the inside here, that should be the outer edge. I think that alone would transform this. I mean, this is supposed to be a fun, playful painting, so I'm not trying to be too critical. I just want to help people. You know, if people are like, oh, I don't know why is this, what's wrong with this painting? What have I done right? Then that's what I would say. Kathleen, this is great. What is to say here? Well, I mean, I think I did this myself at the very end, as I used a toothbrush to splatter a little bit of paint around the edges. And you've done that. I think that is super fun and effective. That's great. In terms of the skull itself, I think it's fantastic. I feel like the teeth could use a little bit more definition, right? That might mean even just going back and taking one of your the black or red, and just defining a few more of the teeth. Maybe not outlining them all, but just putting a couple of lines back over top. I think that would be really helpful. Other than that, I think that is pretty cool. Okay, so Nat has included a whole series of progress here. I like that you're sketching it out from scratch, Nat. That's excellent. And so this is even more exciting for me. As you can see, here's your original sketch, and we can see that the jaw is a little bit wide, just like we were just talking about. Right? So when I see that you started to paint it, that's one of the things you've done, is you've just sort of made maybe the whole skull a little bit more narrow. That's great. Excellent progress. Oh, interesting. What happened between these two? That's quite a dramatic change. It almost looks like two different paintings all of a sudden, right? I mean, I'm preferential to this image here because I like how there's a bit of stylization, and I feel like you've tried to clean it up a little bit. But maybe you went just a little bit far and took a little bit of the energy from the original out. It's not bad. It's just that's one of those things that you notice the more and more you paint, is how sometimes understanding where to kind of stop, because I think some of these, this ultramarine blue, your warm blue that you've got on here, I think that adds a lot to this painting, and it kind of disappears at this stage. I think having a little bit of that pop back in would be nice. And that could be just taking a little bit of that, putting a bit of more, like just doing almost like a little bit of an outline with that blue. Wow, cool. You know, I would say generally a photograph like this, documentation of artwork, is not usually very flattering when you've got a big shadow going right through the side. It's kind of a little bit crooked, and we see the table. You know, often that is kind of takes away from it. With this one, it almost adds to it. It actually feels, you know, it's kind of like this is the last painting the artist made before they disappeared, and they were never heard from ever again. The last painting was a skull, and this is like from the crime scene. That's all we have, this dramatic shadow. I don't know. There's something about this, the way that you've documented it, feels there's like a story that we're being told there. I like that. The way it's painted, beautiful too. I like these kind of the bold use of that red in there, these blues, beautiful. Oh, and this is the digital version, or is it? Or what am I looking at here? Or is this just a photograph? Oh no, that is a digital version, right? What on earth am I looking at? What? It's almost like, so I'm looking at some of these brushstrokes. Maybe did you digitally or use like AI to swap this picture into this environment? Because I'm super confused now. Because this definitely looks very digital. These brushstrokes, those are definitely digital. And then there's, Maybe you started it digital. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm sure all of that information is on the Facebook group, and if I remembered what the post said, I would recall. But that's interesting. That's pretty wild. Okay, let's move on here. We're going to look at two more, and then we're going to start looking at the paintings that people have made outside of class, and then our drawings. So this here is Arnold Böcklin's Isle of the Dead. We had a couple people attempt this painting. You know, it's interesting because this was the most requested episode I ever had. I had about 4 people ask to paint this over and over, and then I painted it, and then there was only 2 people who actually tried to do it. So it's interesting that this being particularly in Europe and in Austria, Germany, Holland, is literally one of the most famous paintings in those countries. I think when we did this episode, we talked about how this painting in like the 30s was like every home had this painting on the wall, which people in North America are like, really? Why would people put such a kind of a dark, arguably macabre painting in their homes? But again, that just goes to show you how different we all are around this world, is that what makes sense in one place seems totally strange in another. Okay, maybe let's start here with Emily's. So your painting feels really dark, painted over an old painting. We do have all of this texture kind of coming through. It's debatable how effective that is, or if it's distracting. I would say, and I would probably, if you ask me the same question every few years, I'd probably give you a different answer. I would suggest, if we're going to have all of this texture under here, then I would want to paint over top of it with at least that amount of texture as well, so that it looks less like I've painted over top of another painting, as opposed to I'm incorporating the texture into my new painting, and I'm kind of painting it in the same way. Like, I don't know how to, if that makes any sense. Like if I've got a really textured surface and then I paint something very kind of thin and flat over top of it, that previous image kind of comes through like a ghost versus sort of being incorporated into it. I would say generally it would make more sense to paint over top of it with at least as much goopy paint texture. Having said that, when I said, you know, it kind of reminds me of a ghost, that does seem appropriate to this particular painting, it being kind of a bit of a haunting painting that suggests that maybe there's this, that these 2 people are approaching this island that has some sort of tombs on it, buildings. You know, they look like maybe it's some type of burial cemetery quality, and they're sailing up, and they've got this some kind of casket or something shrouded or covered in a blanket. So the fact that there is these kind of ghostly textures seems apropos. I think in most other settings, though, that could be really distracting. So what you could do is take like some sandpaper, if this is acrylic paint, and just try to really sand some of that down in another painting. Again, this one it might work, but most other situations I think would be not complementary. This is Deborah's version. I like this a lot, Deborah. What can I say? I think maybe there could be a little bit more definition in some of these forms. Right now it feels a little bit flat. Like, I think if we look at the original, there's some pretty strong shadows on here that really help to define the space. And I think like some of this area is definitely pretty dark. Some of these rocks. So I think it could go a little bit darker. If we think of like how Emily's, I mean, maybe this is the way it's photographed, but you can just see how defined some of those architecture spaces, architectural elements are. Okay, and I think we'll look at one more painting, and then we're going to move on. So this is another one I'm really surprised more people didn't attempt. So this is Picasso's Bather on the Beach, I think, or just Bather. I think this is also a really fun, simple painting to do that you can kind of be really, you can take a lot of liberties with because of how relatively few shapes and colors are here. So this is a great one for, I think this is even a beginner level painting. So Emily did this in Procreate. So this is all done digitally with your favorite brushes. I think that turned out great. Yeah, I think you really captured the kind of painterly quality of the original. Really nice job for doing this digitally. That's fantastic. I think most people might not even be able to tell that this is done on a tablet. And then Kathy's. I always enjoy to study details, even in so, quote, simple of a painting. I agree. The colors on this one are definitely a little bit different. And I think if we look at Emily's version, I think that's closer to the original colors. So it's funny that you stripped out almost all of the yellow, and so we have a much more kind of paler composition overall, much more monochrome. Right? It's all kind of purpley blues. Like it almost looks like a painting that's been left in the window for a long time, and the colors, that yellows and reds, have all faded. Or it also kind of looks to me almost like wearing sunglasses, like on the beach. Like it again is kind of cut out some of those more intense saturated colors. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I feel like I'm wearing sunglasses or something while I'm looking at this painting. I mean, it's fun. It's really interesting to see how, you know, the choices you made here and how that dramatically changed that painting. Saying this is everyone's art is fab. Melonia says, I had so much fun with this donkey drawing. Yes, and we were talking about Goya's drawing there. That is awesome. Okay. So we're about to take a look at the paintings everyone did outside of class, or maybe you did them during class, but instead of following along, you did your own thing, which is awesome. I love that. All right, so before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when all of these future episodes are going to take place. If you want to leave a donation, consider scanning that QR code or entering in that web address. If you scan the QR code, it's going to take you to this PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. And you can also send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. If you want to do those things and you need my email address is on the Facebook group and my website. Both of those links are down in the description below. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you to the Facebook group. If you enter in one of those web addresses, it'll take you to the Facebook group. That's what it looks like. Join the group, take a photograph of whatever you've created, upload it here, and then we can celebrate it in the next episode, next free feedback episode, happening in April. All right, so about a month and a half from today. So let's look at paintings. I would say, just as a heads up for people that want to participate in another one, and some of the upcoming episodes, we're going to focus on Charles M. Schulz, the artist who did Snoopy and Charlie Brown. So there's those paintings coming up. We did the Our Lady of Guadalupe for Christmas. That one will be coming up in April. Jan Mateo, that's the jester in wearing the red jacket. Elena Osipova, the Russian woman who painted that portrait and a great pop protest artist. Leroy Neiman's portrait of Jackie Robinson, the baseball player. Edvard Munch's The Kiss. Otto Fries's portrait of Paris. And Helena Scherfbeck, who we began last week. And then tomorrow we're going to continue with that series. Since last week my daughter was sick and had to stay home from school, and I was drafted into Daddy Duty, which I love. We had a great time just hanging out together, catching up on cartoons. Yeah, just giving you a heads up on what, if you want to participate and see your paintings alongside other people's versions of the same painting. Okay. Where are we? Well, you know what? I want to share this off the top. Because I was really inspired by this. This was on our Facebook group here. This is Tarius's, we had to give up our foxhound in December, and I know we won't have many more days with the terrier, so I wanted to make these paintings in tribute to my dogs. And I just loved these. I just think they're so cool. I mean, I think the painting and the is itself fantastic. I think you did a great job painting them, but maybe even more so just the idea behind it, behind them, as a tribute to your dogs, especially the dog that's passed away and the other dog that's getting a little bit older and is nearing the end of its own time. I think is just such an exceptional way of honoring your pets. And anybody who has a pet knows a pet is often more than just a pet. It's a family member. So I think these are, I mean, in every respect, major successes. I think Taria was not so happy, or maybe just very, very humble. But I think these are great. Again, look at the scale. These are like a finger length big. These are small paintings. And so to get the level of detail in here is just outstanding. I mean, think about the size of these teeth in this dog, the eye of that dog. I mean, the whole face of that dog is about the size of a pinky fingernail, right? I mean, that's exceptional brushwork. Painting the text, that is really tricky. I think it could be in both a little bit cleaner, but again, we're talking about these are the size of a fingernail. So trying to get like the, you know, that sharp point here that we would see on the bottom of the D, yeah, it's tricky. I love though the layering of the paint, the way that you've got the texture. I don't know if maybe that's just the wood. Very effective, really effective. The terrier, that's beautiful too. I think maybe the text could be slightly cleaner, but I probably would be very careful about doing too much. I think he even tried to do a little bit of touch-ups around here, and I think if you do a little bit more of that, it could really be distracting. But I love the way the top of this painting is, that kind of darker ultramarine, or maybe that's cool blue. There's a little bit of warm colors in there either way. And then we've got this lighter color painted over top of it, and I think it's maybe the wood grain is got these, I don't know, tendrils of color paint value stretching up there. I think it's just gorgeous. And it's kind of cool, the two of them side by side, they really start to feel like an animation or something, right? Because that's kind of like what we would see is, you know, we have this dog leaping out with its hands, right? Very quickly, you know, like, or no, how? I think it might be backwards. So I think it might start like this. The dog pushes itself up, right? So the dog, before it leaps, pushes up and then reaches its hands forward, right? So it is almost like the terrier would be on the left, and then this is the what we would see after the dog's leaped in the air. But it makes me think of, that could just be a really fun series of paintings. Like, imagine you had 50 of them in an art gallery, and you're just walking down along the wall, and you see all these paintings of the dog jumping, right? That could be really cool. And then if you were to run alongside the wall and look at them, you would see the kind of dog appearing to kind of leap. I don't know, I'm just being a little silly here, but I would love, I mean, you could do dozens of these paintings and just have them all over your house. That would be so fun. And what a great way, I mean, even just this as it is such a great way to eulogize, to remember these little family members. I mean, they're also so effective. Like, I don't know, it makes me want to see like a book, like a children's book based on these dogs. The grass is also really, you know, this grass is very quickly done, but very confidently done. And, you know, a lot of people would get bogged down into putting every little brush stroke for grass, and they'd be at this for years. Versus you're correctly identifying that it's the dog. That's what's important. So I don't need to put all this detail down here. And in fact, if I do, it's just going to distract from the overall composition. So I wanted to highlight that because I just think it's very, very successfully done. Just as we get started on these. Let's try that again. Okay, how about I'm just gonna, I don't usually do this, but we only have 35 paintings to go through. So I'm just gonna flip through them all just so people have an idea of what's coming up. Okay, so how about let's start right up at the top there again. So here's Barbara Says. This is a painting in progress. It's a bit of an experiment using pouring fluid to thin the paint. I turned 3 of them into triptych. So you've got this like lizard gecko crawling through the painting. Oh wow, is that... it's like paper cutout on there. Is that what I'm seeing, right? Huh. So this is sort of like the texture, and then you're gonna paint the gecko over top of it. I think that could be really cool. What a fun triptych. You know, those colors, they remind me a lot of like Claude Monet, like his water lilies towards the end of his life, kind of all those teals and greens and yellows, blues. I think it's kind of fun too to have that gecko coming from one painting and then kind of transit and then reappearing in the center panel. It does suggest that there would be something on the far right, maybe another gecko. Maybe we give this gecko a partner, a little lady friend or boyfriend or whatever it might be that's hanging out over here, or a butterfly, or like maybe it's preying on something. I don't know what like I was gonna say like a fly. I don't know, but do you want to put a big fly there? That's why I was suggesting something more romantic. There's an encounter that's, you know, it's not like some kind of violent circle of life thing, or it could be like a fish, a koi fish or something in there. I think Barbara's there in the chat, or was anyway. Yes, another gecko. That's the plan. Good, good. Okay, cool. But I love the way that come on, why won't this look okay? It's interesting how the paint has kind of really pooled and made big textural blobs. That's pretty wild. How thick, because it looks really thick, very textured. Christine says, I kind of saw it as the far right painting is his destination. I was thinking the same sort of thing. You know, it is possible that you keep that far side blank and then you have just that gecko and it's crawling from here and it'll eventually end up here. That would be almost kind of bold to do that, though. It's kind of bold to have a triptych where you would have you know, some kind of, you know, where most of it's abstract, and yet then you've got one sort of figurative element, you know, being the gecko there, and then nothing parallel to that on this other side. I mean, I suppose, like, I don't know, I would, even then I would feel like I'd want to have a flower here or something, right? Like, if this is the destination, like, what is the prize, right? What is the story? Because, you know, you have 3 panels. A triptych is generally, there's a story, there's a relationship between, you know, you can think of it like comic books. You know, you've got 3 panels. Well, in the West we read left to right, or if you're in Asia you're reading right to left, right, yeah. So you would expect we're leading towards something, and especially the way that this gecko is kind of leaving one into another, we feel this sequential narrative being kind of created here. Christine says, or maybe just a tail going off the side. Maybe just a tail on the far right. A fly would be cool, says Senga. Barbara says, I have a bronze wall gecko which I want to have crawling up the wall. I mean, I could even see, I mean, if you really wanted to go kind of wild, I could even see another gecko that's kind of climbing off. Maybe it starts on the canvas and it's half off. It's like climbing up the wall. You know, it's breaking free from the canvas. That could be something kind of fun. I probably wouldn't just, I don't know, would I just want the tail there? Maybe. What would that be? What would that suggest? I feel like if we just had the tail there, that would suggest... I would... It's almost like there's a troop of geckos marching, and this is like the last gecko holding up the end of the line or something, and so they're all the other ones have kind of gone across. We just see the last one there, and this is the last one. It's like, oh, hold on, guys, I'm coming. I'm on my way. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Versus another one here, like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I could have the tail here, but then I'd have the rest of it somewhere climbing off. I don't know. That's just my thoughts about it. Chrissy says, please share pics when you get it all up and off the wall. I agree. Okay, let's move on here. Great job, Barbara. I can't wait to see where we go here. Gecko March. The March of the Geckos. Kathy's painting took me a while, but I really enjoyed it. So we did this painting probably a year or 2 ago. It's a self-portrait by Vincent van Gogh. And I think anybody who's done this painting will tell you that doing all these little dots is way more time consuming than it might originally appear. I think it looks great. What else can I say here? I like how it transitions kind of seamlessly from being darker on one side to lighter. So we've got more of these darker colors here, and then as we go, and it ultimately gets much more green and bright down here. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to offer, Kathy. I think that's pretty good. because I can't really remember his original painting. I don't know if there is a little bit more darker areas in here, more definition elsewhere. Looks good as far as I'm concerned. Great job, Kathy. Christina says Chris Petrie tutorial from 2024. Cool. So I guess this is another YouTuber who did a class like this, and this is one of the lessons or projects that you could do. Yeah, I mean, I really like how all this turned out. I think a few things that it's something about like the text up here feels a little bit busy. I like this little simple thing here, cafe. Like, I'd almost be inclined just to take the text out completely and just leave this little cafe thing there. Otherwise, I think it's great. Yeah, I don't know what else to say there. Christy says, yes, he was before Michael Markowsky. That's funny. Well, or before you started, because I've been doing these since 2020, right? I don't know, whenever we started these episodes. Yeah, March of whenever COVID began. That's how long I've been on this, doing these live streams here. Here's Christina's Gustav Klimt, Mother and Child. We did this one. This was one of the very first painting episodes we did. I think back in 2020, September 2020, somewhere around there. Yes, before I found you. Awesome. That's a beautiful, that's really cool. That's great. Great job on the hair and the flowers in particular, because there's lots of detail in there. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think it's all about the subtlety, because often with Gustav Klimt you have like very detailed patterning in things like the hair or clothing, and then the bodies themselves are kind of just disappear into all of those other textures, details. She says, I didn't gesso that panel. Ah, looks okay. Wow, that looks great. So this is the Kees van Dongen we did. I don't know, when did we do this painting? It was a while ago. But that's beautiful. I like that. Really cool. I love the how you it looks almost like dry brush you've got going on here in the background. Really tricky to pull off. Very cool. I like that a lot. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. My Parents' Cat by Christina. Christina, that's just simply outstanding. That is amazing. Like, this is the kind of thing you would expect to see an art school student doing in 3rd, 4th year. Right, that's a huge achievement. Senga says, I missed my art. Not yet. We're going in alphabetical order. I think I have talked a little bit about some of your work before, Senga, in today's episode. Yeah, that's. I mean, you've done a lot of great stuff there, Christina, but this has got to be right up there with amongst your best, hands down. Wow. So, I mean, maybe you got to do more of these and just completely master this, because a lot of people would find this thing to be really difficult to do and would get super bogged down in painting individual hairs. Not that there's anything wrong with doing that, but it would slow the painting down, and then also sometimes get a little bit busy, and so the fact that you're able to make some hard decisions as to basically limit the individual hairs to just like eyebrows and whiskers, a little bit in the ear, that shows a lot of creative thinking. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, you got to make a lot more of these. Well done. Okay, here's another Christina's painting. A scene from 22-ish. Wow, it's beautiful. So this is watercolor, right? Watercolor, as I always say, is one of the trickiest art materials to use. It's very unforgiving. And so this is great. Well done. I love all of how the watercolor bleeds into one another and just creates all of these very distinctive different areas. Interesting that weird little hat shape formed in the clouds. That's funny. The one thing I would say is it might be nice to have a little bit more complex colors, like using warm and cool colors. Like if we had a bit more of a cooler sky, because we got this kind of warmer blue down here. Same thing, we've got these you got these browns, and in these, like, a lot of these seem fairly warm here, and this is warmer, right? So having, if there was cool sky, cool far shore, and then we have warmer, it would seem a little bit more depth in this space if you wanted, but I don't know. He says, I did this plein air. Is that what it's called? You did it outside. Wow, that's great. To paint this on location, something that you're looking at, that's huge. That's a huge achievement. Well done. I'm very proud of you. Yeah, excellent work. Obviously, you've done amazing things, and you're getting better and better. So that just means our expectations just going to keep on going higher and higher. Here's Deborah. So this is based on a Kate Graham painting. Speaking of paintings we did back in 2020, this is definitely right up there. But Deborah, as she always likes to do, is kind of add her own little spin to things. So I think the original painting just had this blue sky with some stars. I think there were clouds here on the bottom, but Deborah's put this kind of pirate ship floating on the clouds, which is awesome. That is really fun. That's super playful. And I think it really actually adds something to the original painting. The original painting is very, very simple, which is one of the reasons I really liked it. It's one of the reasons why we used it for that beginner painting course, because it was something that I think could be achieved by a lot of people with relatively low difficulty. And so I like that you've kind of gone in and added your own extra spin on it. That's beautiful. Well done, Deborah, as always. Emily, so this is the dogs playing poker painting we did probably 2 years ago, maybe longer than that. I had always wanted to do this this painting. I think maybe Emily recognized pretty quickly that there is a lot of detail in this painting. It's a time-consuming effort for sure to get in all of the poker chips and the cards and the bottles, and there's a shelf back here. There's a painting on the wall, and the light and the chair and the stitching and the cushions. I mean, there's just so much. I think this painting did take me like 12 hours or some ridiculous amount to do. And again, that's me having some experience being able to do this, and it took me forever to do. So I'm pretty pleased with the way you did this, Emily. That's great. I mean, the looks, I can't remember who it was. Somebody was like, I really like this dog right there, that kind of, that side eye look, right? There's so many different kind of moments in this one painting. Excellent. Here's another. Is that a, okay? So this is Emily's version. I wonder how you got that. Oh, it's done in Procreate. I was gonna say, how did you paint that without? I mean, you could tape that off. So this is Kenjuak Ashevak, who is a prominent, very important Inuit artist. Inuit are the people, the indigenous people who live in Canada's Arctic. And so that's the original, and I think they made a Canadian postage stamp based on this image. That's your version. I think it's just worth just mentioning while we're here is that I generally discourage I think it's fine to make artwork inspired by indigenous artists, but I would strongly discourage the distribution of that artwork. Selling it is a big no-no. Yeah, because we get into conversations about cultural appropriation, and so you probably notice that we haven't done any episodes featuring indigenous artists, not because I don't love them. They're some of my favorite artists, but it is a bit of a slippery slope, and so I kind of go out of my way to kind of discourage that a little bit, but there's nothing stopping anybody from doing it. Just want to be careful about distributing that work, because there's also lots of it's a particularly sensitive topic in Canada over the past, well, for centuries, but particularly over the past maybe decade. It comes up all the time in classes at the art school I teach at here in Vancouver. Christine says, I think the chat is lagging for me. I'm not sure where you're at, but we're looking at the Franz Marc paintings right now. I think you've been pretty much on top of it. So here's Ezra's. I like how you spell that, Ezra. Painting of Franz Marc's horse. So I think we did this this was an older episode, right? We did this one a while ago, I think, because we did his fox or cat recently. Yeah, it looks cool. What, can I offer anything? I'm trying to remember the original. The one thing I would say is potentially with this particular kind of painting, you could go right up to the lines and even over top of them. And then when you paint the other color, go back over it. And that way you'll end up getting much more kind of sharp, clean lines without kind of gaps between those colors, which is a little bit more like the way Matisse painted. So Matisse would do what you've done right here. Same thing with Picasso. I can't remember if Franz Marc did that. I feel like he had a little bit more of a seamless quality, but I could be wrong. But that's cool. Great job. Well done. Here's another painting by Ezra. Well done. I would say, though, that there's something that feels a little bit simple about this. And I think part of it has to do with some values that we're missing. So for instance, right now we're lacking shadows, right? We don't have any kind of major contrast between light and dark, right? So for instance, on this tree up here, it's all yellow, which is fine, right? In the fall, we had lots of yellow and orangey leaves. But we would expect that some of the leaves would be darker than others because some of them are catching the light and some of them are going to be in shadow. And additionally, that would likely mean that the tree itself would cast shadow somewhere. If the light's straight above, then maybe these bushes that appear directly below would be much darker. Same thing with the way that this house is done. The light would be hitting it from unless the light is coming from straight from the front, we would probably see maybe one side is going to be a little bit darker than the other, maybe a highlight on one side, right? Maybe there would be some shadows on the grass, and by putting shadows there, that's going to articulate that grass a little bit more. Yeah, because you've got like this really dark, almost blackish brown for the tree trunk, right? So we know you can go dark, but then we don't have the corresponding shadows, which would probably be dark too. Not a big deal, just something to kind of, I just want to help you get better and understanding kind of maybe what might be missing. I also think like these colors in the foreground, these are very cool greens. So they also kind of, you know, I would have inverted this. I would have these warm greens right here in the grass and this color back here as the bush. Because you want your cool greens in the background, warm greens in the foreground. Okay, Evan's paintings here. I know there was a Facebook post that kind of described some of these, and I didn't have a chance to incorporate them in here, so I'm trying to remember what the context was for them. So, and that goes for pretty much every painting and drawing we're going to see there. Kind of devoid of a little bit of the captions, just because there were so many I was putting together, and it took me about 6 hours to put today's episode together, and adding those extra captions is an extra 2 or 3 hours, and I just didn't have the time. Anyway, I like how this turned out. Great job, this monochrome painting, this portrait. I think that's beautiful. The one on the top is beautiful. One on the bottom, I think, could use a little bit of work. I think there's something about these lips that is slightly odd. I don't know about, it might be these dark lines on the side of the mouth. I mean, maybe they're kind of like lines, like when we smile, these lines that form with our cheeks. I mean, I'm assuming that's probably what we're looking at. However, they're probably not going to be that dark. Like I would imagine the nostrils would be that dark before these lines would be. So it almost starts to look a bit more like a Fu Manchu kind of mustache, right? These kind of, and I don't think that's what you're intending. So I think those need to be a little bit lighter. And then this one here, this is great. So it sort of looks like a portrait of two friends. Somebody's wearing like a Burger King crown. What could I say? Well, the first thing I would say is that this feels very photographic, right? It feels like this is absolutely 100% based on a photograph. Nothing wrong with that. and a lot of paintings are based on photographs these days in particular. But it's so it, but the composition would be almost unheard of to make a painting from scratch in this sense. Like to organize, like it feels like a selfie, right? This is someone's got a camera, is taking a photo, like, hey, get in the picture, taking a photograph. Their face is really big. Their friend in the background is there smiling. The idea of doing a selfie painting is not unheard of, but like a self-portrait with somebody else there. But probably the face, the people would probably be a little bit more side by side rather than one big face. So, so if this was done like in an art school, we would have a whole conversation about making paintings from photographs, selfies as a starting point for a painting, and what does it mean to make a selfie painting versus a selfie photograph. Like, I guess my thinking would be is, what does making a painting out of that photo add? What does it do that the phone can't do? And I feel like, therefore, let's say that the background being kind of blank is a bit of a missed opportunity. Like, I feel like, well, if we're going to paint it, we could have them floating through space, or we could have them on a boat or inside a spaceship, right? Because we can put anything we want there that might not, like this, they could have been standing in front of some garbage cans, but now when we paint it, we can transform it, we can put them anywhere we want. And so by just making it blank like that, feels a bit like a missed opportunity. I don't know, maybe I'm just rambling on. I probably am, I am, but just kind of considering, when you're taking a picture like this, what are we going to add, or what opportunities do we have? What changes could we make? Cool. I think we might have talked about this painting. Did we talk about it before? But it's now in a frame. I'm not sure, but it looks great. I really like the kind of the splatters and the drips. It just feels very, there's a lot of energy in there, and the way that it's painted with watercolors and the paint blending and merging into one another adds to that kind of the urgency. Is there anything else I can add here? Well, I guess a little thing is I'm a little confused as to what I'm looking at here. So I'm assuming this is some, like a bull, right? And that's, there's the nose and there's the head and there's the horns. But what is this shape here? And what is this shape here? I assume that this thing in front is maybe a fence. Okay, so okay, I think that's an ear, right? Okay, so that's one of the ears of the bull. Maybe that's another ear. And I think that would be its backside, like its butt back here. And then this is maybe another piece of a fence. So I always think, like, so again, this suggests that this is from a photograph, because probably if we were to draw this out on location, we would maybe omit this thing here. We may even omit the fence. So If we're working from a photograph, a thing I always say is sometimes you got to do it wrong to make it look right. So maybe there isn't, maybe the bull's tail was down low and we don't see it in the photograph. But if we're making a painting of it, I'd probably have that tail flying high, flapping around here, waving around. I would even take this this landscape and I would have it reappearing on the far right. And if I could, I'd probably just take this whole fence post out, or whatever this is, or I would put some kind of wood grain on it, or I'd paint it a different color. I'd paint it gray or red or blue, but having it the same color almost as the bull feels like it leads to some confusion there. And if this, and you know, again, we might look at the photograph, you're like, it looks fine, I don't see what the problem is. And it's like, well, yes, but if we're making a painting based on the photograph, at some point the photograph just disappears. We don't care about it anymore. We've got to make the painting work. So I think this is a good example of, I mean, I think you've done a great job painting it, technically. Beautiful. The face is just gorgeous. But I think there's some questionable things or changes that I would probably make to it if we were to make that painting again. Kathleen's painting here. So this is a painting that I think we talked about this in our the previous feedback episode. This is by William Kurlik, the Ukrainian pioneer. So that's, I think there's 5 or 6 people who did this painting previously. I think it looks great. Not much I can really offer here. The one thing is, and I talked about this when I did the painting, is kind of just defining this hand. I think this is exactly the way that Kurlik himself painted the painting, but I did feel like it is slightly awkward, right? Like, I think I tried to define the front of the hand a little bit more so that we understand what's going on here. Not a big deal, but it is. As soon as I was painting, I'm like, oh, this is kind of a little bit strange, isn't it? Kathleen, a painting I did from an internet image, a gift for my son who loves this video game character. Cool. I don't know what video game it is, but I think it's a fun painting. So it sort of looks like we're in some sort of cave, and these are, what's it, stalactites or stalagmites? I can't remember. One is on the bottom, one's on the top. Whatever's hanging from the top. It's like some kind of magical cave, and these are some kind of like crystalline bushes, and then we've got maybe some kind of light coming in from outside, from above. And this character, it looks like a needle with a string attached to it. Yeah, cool. Great job on a lot of the folds and fabrics. Not sure what else I can offer there. That looks great. Christina says, no, Barbara, I didn't think it was you. A bunch of comments came through at once about my pieces. Michael was way past them. Interesting. Yeah, I think it sometimes can be weird with YouTube. Like if you tune into the video and go right back to the beginning, it might show the comments that people have left later on in the video. So I think there is a feature where you can kind of have the comments match up to the timeline, as opposed to just all the comments all together. Les Brown, cats. This is fun. So this feels like cats that exist in a Jackson Pollock parallel dimension of splatters I'd be curious to know how you did this. I'm sure there's some mention in the caption. If you use tape or paper to create like a stencil, so you didn't get splatters everywhere, because there is quite a lot of texture built up here, right? So that's pretty cool. Huh. But that's fun. This is really cool, Les. I like that a lot. That is cool. I like the shadow in behind too. I'd be kind of inclined to have like a little bit of the horizon right above here, like a bit of blue sky or sunset or something there, but it doesn't have to be, just something to consider. There's another one, less brown, with some flowers in a pot. Man, there is a lot of potential to this kind of style or motif that you've created here, of having those splatters inhabiting the interior space, kind of creating these silhouettes of still lifes and cats. Very cool. I like those a lot. Nice job, Les. And just so to prove to us all that Les can do other things as well, and is this version of The Girl with the Pearl Earring by Johannes Vermeer. Okay, a couple things is, I think the woman's back is actually somewhere over here, and it's the shadows that make her, that are kind of creeping, like she kind of disappears into the shadows, long story short. Same thing with like the back of her neck and her headdress. So I think this, what you've done here is just turned this into a solid black line. Not bad. I mean, I think technically that is fine. Anatomically is fine for that to be there, but I do think what we would want, instead of this hard line, is this to go from black to light seamlessly without such a sharp dark line here. And by doing that, it would make it seem like the edge of her body is unknowable because it disappears into the shadow, and that's the way that Vermeer painted it, right? We don't really know where the back of her jacket is. Not a big deal. Same sort of thing here. We just keep darkening on this so that we don't see the edge. I think in my outline, I put edges there, but we want those edges to ultimately disappear. So who did this? Is this Carl Rungus? I think that's, we did this because I think that's what this painting is. We did this painting, gosh, probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I remember after finishing it being really excited, being like, wow, I can't believe we pulled that off. Because the kind of transparencies in this kind of very cold mountain lake, very hard to pull off. I think this is exceptional, Les. I love the mountains. I think you've done a great job with the forest here, and yeah, this one turned out great. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can offer you at all. I don't think so. Les says, Saturday's feedback class encouraged me to risk adding some detail on the Bateman Fox painting I posted. I can't quite remember what you had there before, but this looks pretty good now. Yeah. I mean, if you're going for that kind of Robert Bateman look, then I think you can put another 4 hours worth of little brushstrokes on the fox to continue building up that fur. Similarly with I think this is a rock or bark on a tree. we could add a lot more detail here. Yeah, I think that's everything I got for that. Let's move on here. We got Leslie. Leslie's got, so this is a portrait painting of my husband, Pierre, reading a book, completely inspired by the paintings I've done with Michael. So this kind of reminds me a little bit of Gabriele Münter's artwork. We did a drawing and a painting of a woman in a couch, or not a couch, in a kind of a what do they call it? Like a sofa chair. And it kind of has similar qualities here. This is I think this is the one where there's something you said bugging you about the cushion, so you painted it a little bit lighter. That's the only change I see there, right? I think let's go to the final version. I think this, although I don't know why it's cropped out part of it there, I think it looks cool. Really great. I mean, I'd probably put another line, or, I mean, figure out where his toes are. I'd say there's probably because you've done that with all the other digits, the hands. So I think there probably could be a couple lines there for some toes. And also, I would be kind of inclined to make him look a little bit more masculine. He looks a little bit more androgynous. Like, I'd probably define his chin a little bit more, and maybe even his nose. By doing that, it's going to make him look much more masculine than I think he does here. But, you know, it ultimately looks awesome. Your idea to paint the cushion, I think, works. I mean, maybe you felt like you needed to lighten up because you had this kind of beige rope, which you ultimately, the color seems very close to. So maybe that you felt like you wanted to bring that color into the painting because it happened to be on or around the painting when you photographed it. I think it looks great. I would say you might want to have this color reappear elsewhere, like maybe a tiny bit of that color in the hair or something like that. Not a requirement. The other thing is this shape. I think this must be some sort of stool or something here. Okay, I just want to do a little bit of a tangent and just sort of think about what. Okay, so we've got. Let me get this. Make sure it's on camera. Okay, so we have this figure, and then we seem to have, this might be the floor or carpet. Or no, this goes right here. Or I guess that might be that back wall. It's almost like here we've got. Okay. So, to me, it appears that we've got that this is your back wall, and they match up here, and that maybe there. So it makes this space a little bit confusing to me, because I think, well, then what is going on back here? If this is the back wall, then why is that carpet at least somewhere, it disappears somewhere in behind this stool? So it suggests that the actual back wall would be here. Right? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like that would be the back wall. That this line should be removed. And then you've got this, what appears to be like some sort of table here. Right? Well, that seems a little odd, because we've got this table here, we're seeing the top of it. So I would suggest probably we would have something like this. All right, so that I think that, and that also makes sense, because if we've got this couch or chair, you know, if this is, this would be the back side of it, back here. Right? We just think of like this square kind of shape, right? It needs some space to go, whereas right now, if it's down here, it sort of feels like it's occupying the wall space. So there's something slightly off about this area, kind of this area here. And again, I would probably take that same color you had for the cushion and bring it into the hair somewhere. Otherwise, I mean, awesome job. I'm just being a little nitpicky to help you. Leslie says, trying to use the skills I have learned in Michael's classes to make my own painting. This one's called Fried Eggs. I love it. Okay. Again, I'm a little unclear as to what I'm looking at. Right, like, okay, so this is okay, so I think this is I think the edge of the frying pan. And if you were to ask me, I think this is like maybe the stove, and there's the cooking element underneath here, some sort of like natural gas flame underneath here, and this is the structure that props the frying pan up off the burner, because that kind of maybe looks like a teapot in the background, and I don't know what that is. Is that a spoon or a cup? And then, so if that's happening, then what is this? Is this the edge of the frying pan? So I would imagine this, again, suggests possibly this is based on a photograph. And in a photograph, yeah, fine, there's nothing wrong with it, because it looks like it's right out of reality. Right? I think as the more and more we know, it's much easier to fake photographs than ever before. But we still tend to take photographs as authentic documentations of life, which again, they're not really, but people do. But when we make a painting based on it, the painting of the photograph might not be this. I don't think this is maybe a necessarily good photograph to base the painting on. There's something like I would be inclined just to take these eggs, put them on a plate, and make a painting of those fried eggs on a plate or two, with the coffee cup and everything next to it, fork and knife. Like, I guess here I'll just try to see if I was to try to redo this somehow. What I would have is, I would assume we've got our frying pan here, and maybe this is kind of a deep frying pan. All right, I'm thinking this is my idea of what I think I'm seeing here. So then I would, most frying pans have either like little handles here, maybe on either side, or they have like a stick handle coming off. So I would probably have that stick handle kind of coming off here or here. So let's say I put this here. All right. It might have some dimension to it. Right, maybe there's a screw or something here. And if there is that teapot, even though it's kind of obscured, I would make, I don't know if I would just put it barely cropped out here. I'd probably try to get more of it in, so I might have zoomed out a bit more and had that there, and maybe there's another burner that's underneath both of these. Right, is this a coffee cup here? I feel like, again, we're so closely cropped in that we're missing a few things, and it makes for kind of a slightly odd composition. I mean, it's not bad. It's just, I think what it is a good lesson about how to find good images to work from when we're making a painting. Interesting is I can see that the egg painting is a little diner or something. It almost feels Twin Peaks-ish. Interesting. That's true, yeah. Okay, Margaret here. So I think that's the photograph, and this is the painting. And Margaret was asking for some feedback on how to improve the painting. Well, I would say this painting is beautiful. I love this painting. I think it's really effective. Is it a little bit different than the original? Sure. Here we have what appears to be a little bit more of a sunset. We've got lots of these yellows in the sky and in the water. And here, most of that yellow's kind of gone. We have a little bit of it here in kind of behind the mountain. And maybe that's like imprimatur coming through. So what it does is it makes this painting feel a little bit cooler, whereas this feels a little bit warmer. Right? Is that a bad thing? Not really. It just feels like it may be a slightly different time of day or season. Like, both of them feel kind of cool in that, maybe they're both from, they could be from the summer, but they do feel, if it was the summer, kind of like morning. If it's in the winter, it feels like kind of just atmospherically, they feel I mean, it's a mountain, so it's generally kind of cool anyway. But here, yeah, I mean, again, doesn't bother me either way. Like, this feels like an hour before sunset. Or no, this feels like an hour before sunrise. Right? This is the kind of thing, you know, you go for a jog at 4:30 in the morning, and as you're jogging along the ocean front, you could see that everything starts to lighten up, gets kind of very bluish, and here's just hints of the sunrise about to burst over, and then here's the light coming right up. Yeah, so just a little bit different. If you wanted to get a bit more of this yellowy quality, I think just taking some of this peachiness here and even just glazing it into the sky and into the water. But I think this painting works great as it is, so I'd probably just leave it. Okay, Phoebe, I think, was doing a Bob Ross painting and had a video on the Facebook group of how it turned out, the whole process from beginning to end. So I would say at this stage here, you have mastered Bob Ross's way of painting the sky and the mountains. Boom, nailed it. Looks amazing. Oh, Barbara made a great comment here. That's like Mary Pratt. Mary Pratt was, I think, maybe the first artist we featured in a painting episode, the one of the strawberry shortcake. Anyway, I think, so Phoebe, this is amazing. Up until this point, perfection. I mean, you could swap in for Bob Ross. And then I think the final version here, however, there is some difficulty with the foreground, the trees, the water, bushes. So I think a big part of it is there is something a little bit strange about how this shore kind of diagonally comes into the frame. So I would say that, you know, right now you've got this hill, and you can even see how very triangular this is. Right, you've got the mountains in the background. So I would say that you would probably want this shoreline to be doing this, and I'd want a little bit more variation in these trees, so they're not just solid straight line almost, but they kind of come up and down. All right, and then we've got maybe some rocks down here, some bushes, same sort of, I mean, I don't know if this is based on a Bob Ross episode. And then this shape out front, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it, but it does feel kind of undefined. And so I would imagine he might have some areas that are a little bit darker. Like if you're going to put black, you probably want black to be right down here. But then also a little bit of highlights, you know, throughout. Right, so then we've got this water. Does that make sense? Like, I think we want to define this, and I think this big signature down there is kind of distracting. I would either remove it or make it, you know, 1/5 the size. Sign it with a pencil or something. Because it's so dark that it, you know, or I would take that, sign it over here, maybe with a light purple or something, so it's not occupying so much real estate and so bold, right? I need to do a whole episode on signatures. Because I've talked about this many times, and I think I need a dedicated episode for that. Okay. We've got like four more paintings to go, and then we're going to look at drawings. So here's Richard's got a few. So this is Richard's. I started this quick study, not sure, but I think it still needs a lot of work. I think you're pretty close. I think it looks pretty cool. What could I say? Well, I mean, I guess it's a quick study, so we're not expecting perfection here. But I would say I want a little bit more definition in the water. Okay, so here we've got our horizon line, we got our tree, got this bush. Okay, well, I mean, first thing here, my inclination would be maybe not to have had this go right here, or I would have it go all the way behind. I'd have it stretch, because it just sort of ends here. It sort of is confusing. Like, is this tree here, is it growing in? Is this a branch here? I mean, I know it's not, but that kind of thing is something I think about all the time. I like how you've painted the tree in the background. I want a little bit more definition into the foreground here. Right, so I want maybe some rocks, something kind of black. Right, I'd probably have that either end here or just go through here. And then I'd want some distinction in the water. Right, I'd want more horizontal areas where it's a little bit darker. You know, whether you do little waves or something here, or you just have areas where, like in the water, just like in grass, we might want to have some kind of these something to kind of break up that kind of flat, big, solid line down there. Does that make sense? Or not line, because right now it kind of just looks like a big wall, especially on the right-hand side. Is it Richard's birthday today? Happy birthday, Richard. Did I miss something in the chat there? I know there's so many comments there. I must have skipped over that. Richard here, this is a portrait of my great-grandfather, William Edward Bethel, and this is the only photo that I have of him, taken in 1915. I think you printed the photograph out and then put the Union Jack in behind. I love this painting. This is great. So, you know what this kind of reminds me of is, kind of reminds me a little bit of Peter Blake. who's also English, very famously designed the Sgt. Pepper's album cover. He did stuff like this, as well as what's Richard Hamilton. How come there's no photos? So this image right here is a very famous pop art collage painting where he's taken these figures and glued them all together. So it's like Peter Blake, Richard Hamilton are two very famous collage artists, English collage artists that you may find some inspiration. Maybe that was consciously or unconsciously in the back of your mind when you did this particular painting. I think it looks fantastic. What a great tribute. Like, it feels super modern and yet very like a beautiful fitting tribute. And you know, even the cursive writing on there is really nice. It's also, I gotta say, it's pretty bold to have it being a little bit asymmetrical. I mean, it is not just a little, it's very asymmetrical, right? I mean, I would say the vast majority of people would have put this photograph square in the middle. So the fact that it's not in the middle seems very deliberate, very kind of quirky, creative choice. I like that it's not just a little bit out of the middle. Like, if it was just a little bit out of the middle, you'd be like, oh, that looks a little bit off center. That's a little awkward. So it's like I always say, you know, if you've got a painting on the wall, right, and, you know, if it's just a little bit crooked and you walk into somebody's house, like, you're like, well, you know, on my way to the bathroom, I'm going to try to straighten it because I'm like, oops, it looks a little. But if you walked into their house and that painting was like really crooked, you'd be like, clearly they must have meant to do that, because how do they walk by that every day and not adjust it, right? So I think so the fact that you've moved that very deliberately off to the side seems like a really bold, creative choice. It does suggest possibly that there's a reason for that. And, you know, in art school, we would say, like, go write a 200, 300-word essay or a couple paragraphs about what that could possibly mean. Also, I'm just looking at something. Is that the way that they? What is the strange lack of symmetry here with the stripes? Because why is there more white on this side, on the inside here, here and here? Is that the way the Union Jack? Huh. Well, I'll be darned. That is so funny. How did I never notice that before? Am I the only one who is just noticing this for the first time, that you've got more white on this side, on the top? Here are the reds on the top and the whites. Huh. That is... I never... Oh, wow. Okay, so for instance... Oops. Yeah, if I was to paint... I bet you, if you were to ask... Maybe everyone in England knows this, but I bet you if you were to ask a bunch of people here in Canada to draw this out, they would have those... They would either have those red lines centered in in the X, or they would have them all on the top, the white being more on the top. I don't know, that's just blowing my mind. Barbara says it's 4 flags in one. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. Okay, now you got me wanting to look at the... Yeah, because I mean, this is Scotland, Wales, Great Britain, Ireland. What is strange? What is the... Now I'm gonna, after this, fall down a rabbit hole, because why, whoever created this mashup of all those flags, why did they not have the X just in the center, just in the same way the St. George cross is centered in the middle? Huh. Barbara says the thickest white line is at the top. That way you know it's right side up. But again, it's only that way on part of the flag. Do you see what I mean? Am I the only one who's just noticing this for the very first time? Right? Like, I don't know. I bet you there's a lot of people who don't realize that. I can't be the only person who's just stumbling. Anyway, awesome job, Richard. I should move on here, but that looks really cool. Very good. Oops. Where are we here? Sharaj says, created this using gouache on mixed media paper inspired by the art style of Lyubov Panchenko. Interesting. Wow. I mean, Panchenko, a great Ukrainian artist who's... I can see some association with Panchenko here, with the vibrant colors, bold kind of solid shapes. But this is really taking her work and taking it to a whole other parallel dimension. Wow. I would say, my friend, turn this into like a comic book or an animated movie or a cartoon comic book, graphic novel. I want to know who this character is. This butterfly, this faceless butterfly person with a spiky tail. I mean, wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, I love it. That's really cool. So I wonder what... So cool. Oh, gouache. Okay, I was gonna say. I even like this attention to detail here, where we've got, I would say, the most saturated colors are on the foreground figure. And at least here in the top right, you can see there's a lot of white. You've tinted this, you've even made this gray as opposed to black. And that just pushes the background further into the background. I might even suggest you could have done a little bit more of that on the left side of the painting, because it starts to become a bit ambiguous with this leg here, and it starts, it's like, what are some of these shapes? Are these part of the leg, or is that the background? So it is a super nitpicky thing, but I might have just treated the background like you did on the right, which I think is masterful. There's a lot of very subtle, great things here. Wow, that's excellent. Great job. And Steven here, wow. Okay, wait, this is oil pastel, actually, I think. I thought that, okay. Great. I mean, doing that kind of shading with pastels, not very easy, because pastels, you gotta work in there, to blend. I'm not sure much else I can offer. I do like this little bit of blue in the shadow. I like there's just a little pop of it. Maybe there's a bit more elsewhere there. That is really nice. You got some of that blue going on inside here. I love the reflected light. Yeah. Man, that's very cool. I mean, I would even say, do we need this signature right down here? I mean, that's what Picasso would do, so not too bad of an idea. But it does maybe... It makes this feel more like a study than a finished artwork. And not that there's anything wrong with the study, but I think this is an exceptional painting that you could easily frame and put on your wall. Potentially gift or sell to somebody. And so by just having your first name and the date so casually written, it feels more casual, less serious, and I don't know why you'd want to make it more humble than it is, right? I think you should be really proud of this and push it out into the world as a finished artwork. Katie says, I didn't even realize the Union Jack was 4 flags in one. I learned something today. Christina. I'm glad we could turn those right side up again. Barbara says, nobody would notice if we flew the jack upside down. Probably not. Although I imagine that those people who would notice would be very upset. That's one of those things that most people wouldn't notice, but the people who do, oh, you better believe they notice. Okay. Oops. So, let's move on here. So now we're going to take a look at the drawings that you guys have been working on, and we've got lots of drawings to take a look at. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are going to take place. You could scan the QR code or enter in that web address. It'll take you to our to the PayPal page, where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. You can see there's the address there, and it's also there in the video description below. Other ways you can support the channel is by sending an e-transfer or check in the mail. If you want my email address, it's on the Facebook group and on my website. You could scan this QR code or enter in those web addresses. It's also, I think, the very first link in the description below. You can go to the Facebook group. I encourage you to join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you've created. Maybe you're making artwork right now. Take a photo, join the Facebook group, upload your work to the group, and then in April we're going to take a look at your work and celebrate it there, and I would love to do that. Whether it's the paintings that we do in the class, whether it's the drawings we do in the class, whether it's the drawing series that I did almost 6 years ago. We're coming up on our 6th-year anniversary. People are still doing that class. Every day I get 5 or 6 new messages from people who have just started the course. Literally millions of people have done it. It's by far the most popular thing I've ever done. And so again, if you find any of this to be interesting or helpful, please consider leaving a donation to support the channel, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to do this. Okay. It always cracks me up when people do this portrait of me here. So I'm going to start these drawings talking about that very same thing. Okay. So, as we turn our attention to some drawings here, I just thought it was really funny. Here's a version, here's this portrait of myself and a deer together by Paula. I just thought this was really funny. And I like how you've got my pink sweater that I've worn a couple times there. And I'm not sure what the deer and me have to do with one another, but it is very funny that you've kind of conflated us together there. And then here we've also got this photograph, and then this portrait of myself here by Argiro. And boy, oh boy, that is a fun drawing. Oh my goodness. I mean, I feel like that's what I look like first thing in the morning. to the horror of everyone in this house. So what would I do to help improve this drawing? Well, a few things, I think, is that I mean, I am seemingly expanding horizontally constantly, but I would say that the shape of my head here is very circular, spherical, and while my head is getting rounder and rounder day by day, year by year, I think my head is still a little bit more egg-shaped, oval-shaped, and I think that would help perhaps. The other thing is I know I have a big nose, but maybe that nose is a little bit on the big side, right? Again, think about, let's take a look here. You can see the edge of my nostrils come up right into my eyes here, but well, I guess you've got that. I was gonna say proportionally, though, I think everything could be a little bit smaller. Like, I think there's an eyeball under here. Also, probably the teeth don't have to be as articulated as this. I would make them very subtle. As I always tell people when they're drawing teeth, is you kind of want to do less is more. The more you draw those teeth, the more vampire-like they might appear. I might need to get a little bit more water here. So give me 1 second here. just want to make sure. No issues at school or anything. Okay. So, I do find this is a fun caricature. I appreciate it. And I'm certainly open to more people doing additional kind of funny drawings of me. I think feel free to go as nutty as you like. Let's look at some other artworks that you did here. Argiro? I'm not sure how we would pronounce that. Agiro? Okay, so here's a photograph of an exterior, and then there's your drawing of it. Wow, okay. Very cool. A great attempt. Okay, how could I offer to help this? So one of the things that you have certainly chosen a perspective that is actually kind of complex, deceptively complex, because it's not, because this passageway has this bend in it, and so that can make doing regular perspective much trickier. So, and I think you've actually done a pretty good job of accounting for it. But let me take a little a try at this and just show you how I would draw this. How about just draw this right up here? Okay, so we've got we got this little hill back here, this far wall. Even got this ground. You know, all of this, the work on the ground, that's also adds an extra layer of difficulty. Now they do, it does sort of look like they carry through here. So actually let's okay, we got this wall here. So, and of course you got the shadow right here, right? So a few things that I notice is, so okay, so we got this brickwork here. All right, so there's a vanishing point somewhere, probably over here. This has a vanishing point, maybe somewhere over here. And then this is also going to recede to the same vanishing point. Okay, now let's just take a look at what you've got here, just so we can see maybe some of the differences. One of the things that I notice is over here, right, notice how we've got all these kind of lines going mostly all up like this, right? I think it's important that we think about those lines like this here. On the pathway here, right, we got these lines down here, right? Looks like you kind of broke those into different parts and they started kind of going in different areas, different directions. So that's how I would make adjustments to this drawing. Does that make sense? Okay. Hopefully you can see kind of how I've tried to and let's say if we were to try to draw the brickwork here. Okay, let's look at Alex's drawings here. I think this is mostly great. There's a few little awkward things though. I think you're getting better and better. Some kind of slightly awkward things in this eye, and then that foot feels. These, which are the most difficult things to do. Drawing feet are often difficult. That's why everyone puts people's feet in shoes and boots. But that foot looks like it's kind of tilted upwards. Same thing here. So I think that's a question for you to, or something to focus on. But if we look at this, I love that you're using this grid to help you. And doing an excellent job so far. I really love, I put a comment there, I really love how this hand has turned out so far. That's exceptional. Right? So you just got to keep that same level of detail, the detail that you're getting in to do all the fabric and ultimately in the face. Exceptional. It just takes a lot of patience. But if you could start to do this and you can start to get those details to arrive more accurately, my goodness, Alex, you're on a roll. Here's Basant Mohammed. Wow. That's an exceptional drawing. I love this. My friend. Great. Yeah, I mean, I would say maybe this right eye is a little bit, slightly asymmetrical. Could be a little bit closer, but I mean, that's super nitpicky. Also, her neck and shoulders feel really small. Like it looks like, where is the edge of her? It's like a like this sweater. What do they call that? A turtleneck sweater. Like, where's the edge of the turtleneck sweater? Like, I would say it's probably somewhere here. And her shoulder probably isn't that low. Her shoulder probably comes up here, and it might be a little bit wider. Probably the corner of her shoulder would be somewhere there. I mean, super nitpicky stuff, because the face and the hair are all exquisitely done, but it's just this little bit here in the shoulder. I'd also say there is something odd about those lips, and the more I look at it, right? Why is this lip, why is it kind of round out here? I bet you there's a similar sort of what's going on this side here. I think that should happen right there. Not a big deal, but I just think that would help a lot. Because you're doing so good, I just want to see you get better and better. I guess now I don't want to nitpick too much, but also her jaw. Like, look how, you know, here we've got this fairly straight line going out here that kind of lines up with, you know, kind of that the edge is between her eye and the side of her face. Whereas look how this one kind of just curves up. Whereas if it was symmetrical, we'd probably have that edge, that corner, being right about there, maybe even lower. Right? See those differences? Okay, Jamie. Exercises, and I need more practice. It looks great, Jamie. I mean, it's a fun drawing. I think it's exceptional that you got this far. Are there things we can do to make it better? Of course. But everybody can do better and better all the time. Even Leonardo da Vinci could have improved. And he would be the first one to tell you that, too. That, I mean, he thought pretty highly of himself, but he was also restlessly unsatisfied, always wanting to get better. Yeah, there's nothing we can kind of comment too much about this, because I think at this point it's exactly where it needs to be. In fact, even like the hands and feet, faces are great. Yeah. Here's Jamie's drawing of the thinker. Wow. That turned out pretty cool. Is this done on the computer? No, it's done pencil. I think these feet are a little bit small. They could be proportionally bigger. I think probably, you know, an extra quarter larger than they are right now. Kind of towards where this line is, but not problematic. But just something to consider as we get better and better. We want to extend those. We'd also want to take a little bit closer look at how these fingers would work. Again, fingers, faces, hands, the three most difficult things that an artist can draw or paint, which is why before there were art schools, when artists worked as like a master and apprentice, the apprentice would do eventually all of the work except the faces, feet, and hands, and then the master would come in and finish those and then sign it. John here. Okay, cool. Dragon. Ooh, cool. Spidey. What do I have to offer here? I don't think... What can I say that... I mean, these are great. Great shading. Love these folds in the fabric. I mean, trying to think of what I could offer you. I don't know. I think these are good. I think let's just do more of them. I mean, I guess potentially what I could say is, well, let's get darker in the dark areas. Like, let's maybe the HB pencil, probably use the HB pencil for this. What we need is maybe a 2B, 4B pencil, and just get in there and turn this into black. Let's push those contrasts higher. Same thing with this dragon. All right, maybe to make this flame look like it's, bright and shining, right? Because it looks like the inside of the mouth was white, it's so bright. Then that would mean we'd probably want to darken other parts significantly to make that contrast. Maybe paint or shading in the whole background, making it pitch black. That would make that fire just glow. Okay, so here's Juliana's drawings of Gabriele Münter. Again, we looked at Gabriele Münter a while ago and we did some of these drawings. That's great. That's beautiful. Love it. Excellent. Wow, these are great. I love that you did it a few times. So these are great. Excellent. Very, very nice drawings. I love that you did it 3 times in a row. That shows a lot of dedication to wanting to try to get this drawing. Francesca Bridgerton, based on the photo. So this is the original. Exceptional. Yeah, great. I mean, I think, first of all, I love the high contrast. I love that you really went in and darkened this, and that makes the highlights on her face really pop. Right? Because, again, look how we can't even really see the back side of her head. It's just so dark. So I'll even commend you for drawing those things that we can't actually see. So that takes a lot of skill to be able to articulate those things, because you're kind of having to use your imagination to fill in those details. A lot of people would just leave that blank and just shade this in, and it would sort of just look like her head is missing the back. So that's great. That already is very impressive to me. Okay. What could I say about the face here? Why is that moving? Why does that move like that? It's driving me crazy. It just keeps creeping off to the side. Do you notice that? Anyway. I think maybe her nose is a little bit over-articulated. Often when we draw more feminine portraits, you kind of de-emphasize the nose a little bit, whereas on more masculine figures you can kind of just make the nose as big and wild and full of lines as possible, whereas on more feminine faces you kind of want to just be as delicate as possible. But again, that's just a convention. That's just something that, I don't know, people in the West have been doing for 1,000 years, and that's yeah, I mean, I would bet you, if you tried doing the same drawing again, a second, third, fourth time, each time it's just going to get better and better and better. And I just really commend you for, because a lot of people wouldn't start this drawing and then realize, wait a second, I can't see this stuff here, and would just give up and move on. So I'm really proud of you for doing that. Juliana's, okay, this is from the Albrecht Dürer artwork. Very cool. That looks great. again, I think probably just like you did in the previous drawing, I think, you know, if you could darken a few places a little bit, and push some of those contrasts, but otherwise it looks awesome. Okay, is this all the same artist here? Wow, great job, Juliana. Or no, is this, did I get the name wrong? Because I know we've got a Meliona. Wow, this is awesome. Wow, I wonder what this is based on. That's cool. I love these anime characters, or manga characters. Really well done. The drawing is great. I would say that the coloring here, I imagine this is like maybe Procreate, of those wings is what makes me most excited. Okay, so here, yes, Melius, I'm glad that you're there in the chat. Wow, these wings, this is great. You know, coloring it like that, that's not easy to do. That's really exceptional. And the shading, come on, zoom in. Let's go, come on. On the fabric, that is also exceptional. Great job. Wow. I'm really proud of you for that. The hair is great too. This is really nice. I mean, if you can color this well, that's something that a lot of people struggle with big time. Wow, that's great. Yeah, I mean, you can see how this contrast by having, and is this for sort of everyone watching, is that if you've got kind of a darker color, that makes lighter colors appear lighter, right? When you put a dark next to a light, the light appears brighter. Obviously, you can't make white any whiter than it white already is, so you have to darken the areas around it to make it look like it's glowing like that. So that's really cool. Julia says, thank you. I've had a hard time drawing in digital. You're doing pretty good. If this is a hard time, I'm sure a lot of people would like to have as hard of a time as you. This is pencil or pen on paper. This looks cool. I like this drawing a lot. I don't think I can offer. I mean, I think the proportions, features, everything is looking really cool. That's a nice drawing. That's good. I'm just trying to think, how could I help? Well, I'm just trying to think about some of these corners or edges as they wrap around. Like, I like what you've done here. This one feels a little bit awkward. That one feels a little bit awkward. That one is just right. So where's my cursor? There we are. So I just want to show here, right? So that as this goes up, right, there might be this kind of thing happening here. Right, oops, sorry, that's not on camera. There we go. That might wrap around or might just kind of end like that. And then similarly, the shoulder here. All right, this might. All right, so just kind of thinking about the difference between. Just kind of, let's move this out of the way. This area here, that there, and that there, right? All right, the same sort of thing, like let's say we're going to draw a coffee cup. Right, and let's say it's a kind of a thicker cup. Really thick-walled mug, we might have something a little bit like that. You're doing great. This is pretty exciting to see these. Wow. Wow, cool. Wow, Juliana, these are great. Great job. Just think about, though, with the just like kind of what you've done here with this hand. Think about where the different the joints in the fingers might be and articulate those, right? Just by putting little lines there for where those go. And then you can even give a little bit of shading to it. I love these faces. That hair is great. Exceptional. Wow, great. Yeah. Yeah, really, really exciting. Man, can you just imagine if you keep on doing stuff like this? I love to see it. I love to see it. Justin, okay. Well, let's look at, you got a few of these wild things here, Justin. What am I looking at here? Wow, these are wild. You know, they remind me of Edward Gorey. Maybe you've probably seen his books. They're like children's books for adults. They all feel really cool and creepy and strange. Like, what is going on here? Like, the silhouette of that form. Very strange. Cool. Wow. I don't know. Again, there's probably some description on the Facebook page about what this group of images are all about. They are so weird and cool. Also reminds me of my students at Emily Carr love this guy. He's a Japanese manga artist. Yeah, Junji Ito. Right, so he's this guy right here, Ito. I mean, we are going to be in November. November is a manga month annually, and so I think this November we're going to spend the entire month focused on manga drawing and comics. I might even start a little bit earlier in October, just to kind of build up some momentum. But we're going to do a whole episode focusing on Ito and his drawings. So if you're aware of him or at all already, which I almost imagine you'd have to be to do some of these drawings, but if not, I think you'd fall in love with his work. Peninsula, good luck. Okay. I love... Got a bunch of these here. Let's take a look at your work. Okay. You know what's funny is that these actually remind me a lot of another... We were talking about Inuit artists earlier. So this artist, who unfortunately passed away relatively recently, really one of the great contemporary indigenous artists. Really tragic that she, and I think she had some brothers and sisters who were also artists that passed away too. But I just love her work, and it kind of reminds me, there's a quality to your own artwork that I see in hers. I think you got great company. Okay, so actually this is a good thing. You know, we just talked about, you know, building or drawing bowls and stuff. Here's another example of that same sort of thing. All right, so we've got this soup bowl. Alright, so just trying to keep this kind of maybe more symmetrical. Anyway, what else can I say? I love these strawberries. These are awesome. I love you're like, what to draw? Strawberries. Beautiful. Great. I love you've got some shading on there. You got highlights. You just want to make sure that the shading is on the right side. Like, for instance, look how we got the shadow on this side, or the shading on the strawberries on this side, but the shadows on that side, right? It appears that the light should be brighter on the left side, right? Because that's why the shadow's on that side. So just want to have that consistent. I can see that same thing happened here, right? We want the shadow to to be on this side, the shadow on the table and the shadow on the form on that side. Same thing here, right? The shadows on top here, then then we would see the shadow stretching out above that form. Not a big deal, but I think you just want that level of consistency. People of a certain generation can hear this image. I like that you've tried to draw this in like pixels, like little squares. And that turned out great. Oh, it's interesting. You got these little prompts. I wonder where you got these prompts from. This is what, January 29th. What to draw? What to draw? So this, I guess, is based on this image. I'm not sure what image, what this is. It's a cool drawing, and I like your version of it. I think, yeah, there's some areas like those fingers and things that we could work on. But we're getting better and better, and that's the most important thing. And the more you do that, the more you'll start to notice, you know, how we can improve on those feet and those hands and face and everything. I'm trying to think what I can offer you. I mean, so for instance, if we look at that hand, versus this hand, right? I think you're getting there. Everything's kind of, you're almost there. Like, this thumb's a little bit big. But essentially, you know, just thinking about like these, breaking them down into these different joints. All right, each one of them can be thought of like little cylinders. Oops. Or you could think of them as these little tubes that we're kind of stringing together. So that's why I think these ones feel a little bit flat, is they're not kind of tubular. We need to get them a little bit rounder. Same thing here. All right, I think you're really close. You're getting close. Barbara says, I'm going to sign off for now. Great show, Michael. I'll catch the rest tomorrow. Thanks for the good advice and encouragement. Thank you, Barbara. You're the best. You are the best, Barbara. I think also we talked about, you know, eyes, trying to get those eyes to line up. So maybe another thing would just be thinking about right? If we've got, let's say, one eye here, right? If we put one eye in there, what I would do is just sort of lightly kind of figure out, okay, I might put a little something like that. And then I slowly start to develop it, looking away a little bit so that I see if they're matched up. It's also generally, like if you think about it, if there's a little bit of white here, probably going to be a little bit of white there. Right? If, yeah, if that makes any sense. Okay, let's keep on going. Okay, I think I got about like 60 images by Paul. So let's go through all of these. There's also lots of repetition there. I think, Paul, you kind of might lose track every once in a while of which ones you've posted to the group and which ones you haven't yet. So maybe one thing you could do is you could put a little check mark in your sketchbook as to when you've uploaded one, you're like, okay, I got that one up. I can put a little check mark here so that when you're wondering if you've posted it already, you can just look at your sketchbook and see if there's a check mark. Okay, so yeah, there's about 50 images you've got here, Paul, which is great. I love that you're so active and that you're making so much work. Very exciting. I will say that there's definitely, it feels a little bit uneven. There's some that are super strong and are awesome, and then there's some that are a little bit more awkward that I think we have some work to do. So I'm just going to try to go through these and you know, let's divide them into into some that are more successful than others. So I think this one's pretty good. That's okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's great. That's great. Lots of difficult work here with shading, and I think that's paying off big time. Those are some pretty good. That falcon hawk in the top right corner, that's awesome. That's great too. I love that you're using white pencils on black paper. That's an excellent exercise. It's pretty good. I think a little out of proportion, but not too bad. That's pretty good. That's getting pretty good right there. That's good. That's good. There's a little some awkwardness with this boot. This is great. I mean, I'm assuming this is Johnny Rotten from Sex Pistols, right? Kind of, he's got those wild eyes and piercing. So even though it's a little bit out of proportion, it really looks like him. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's great. I like that. That's great. All this shading. Again, the high contrast between the darker areas and the lighter areas works really well. That's pretty good. That's good. Wow, this is great. I like you notice the distortion between the spoon and the water. So that's really good. One thing I would say is probably inside the cup here, the water wouldn't go right to the edge. Like, so for instance, I'll just use one that I've already drawn here. All right, so let's assume instead of this being a solid ceramic cup, that the water inside here would appear not to go right to the edge. It would be kind of inside, right? Because there's the thickness of the glass is what's really important. So, let's just imagine instead of this water being here, I'll put it right down here. Now, obviously, we're going to see some reflections and stuff. Oops, do you see how that... Yeah, just forget about this up top here. So it's just important you see how this doesn't go right to the edge, right? Otherwise it's going to make the glass feel like there's no dimension to it. Oops. That's pretty good. This who's this? Who did this? Frank Frazetta. That's right. Excellent. I think we need more contrast. Even we need to get darker and darker. Like get a 4B pencil from the art supply store, and when you go to put in those blacks, press as hard as you can, and you're gonna get some nice dark colors and or values that is gonna really make that drawing pop. It's okay. Something kind of strange about this perspective. If that's going to be there like that, then this is going to be almost fully round. For instance, if you notice, like, so these look like almost two separate things, right? This looks like we're looking at the screw directly from the side. This, however, looks like we're looking at the screw kind of from a 3/4 point of view, looking down. We're seeing the top of it. So that makes sense here. And that makes sense there, but they don't make sense in the same drawing. Right? If we have this here, and then we've got our screw, this area right here, which is this, instead of being straight across, it's going to be like this. And all of these are going to curve up, right? As opposed to being kind of flat. Right? Otherwise, if we did this, then we would see the top of that screw would be like that, not like that. That's pretty good. I like this guy on the cliff there. That's pretty good. That's great. That's excellent. I think it's almost always the more time and detail you're putting into these artworks, the better they're getting. That's pretty good. I mean, oops, that's great. That's a great study of a rock. That's often people really struggle to do that. That's good. Good job on that water bottle. Wow, that takes a lot of patience. Beautiful, great shadow too. Just think about what we talked about with the water, though. You don't want the water going right to the edge. Wow, love that. This might be one of my favorite things you've done. That's super cool. One thing is, it's a shame that the sword is kind of being cut off. I mean, I know this is in a sketchbook, and I imagine there's just a little bit of white paper there, but I think it's still pretty close to that edge. You know, I think there's probably more space on the right side than there is on the left, and we definitely want more space in front of this knight than in behind. Oh, cool. I like seeing these studies here. You're really practicing this glassware. Great. That's cool. That's okay. We're getting better. We're practicing. That's cool. Good job on the wood grain. That's cool. Good lion. Wow, that's great. Excellent. Love that. This is great. Cool. Look how nice these dark blacks really give so much volume to the form. Pretty good. Great. Not entirely clear what's happening in this image. That's cool. I love all this hatching marks here, these in different directions. Beautiful. I would say on the back here, you've done an exceptional job elsewhere, but on the back, we just have those straight lines, and they really contradict the form. Let's have them kind of curving around. Like, think about how you've got these lines here. Those lines would also be going in different directions. That's cool. Excellent. Great. That's good. Great detail work. Okay, good. That's pretty good. I don't know if you need the yellow in there. I don't know if that's helping. I mean, it's kind of fun, I suppose. But then let's put more color elsewhere. That's good. That's pretty good. Great. I mean, I love that you're practicing with all this glass. That's great. Cool. I like little scribbles in there. Great. I think probably just thinking about, again, we've talked a few times today about that glass work. Now, I kind of like these. I like this a lot. This kind of guy in the fog. Right? It seems very menacing. Like Jack the Ripper kind of thing. David Bowie? Is that who that is? That's cool. So this hand's pretty good. I think we just need some really dark areas. Make a full commitment. I think that pinky finger's a little awkward. This knee's a little bit odd. You're getting there. It's all about practicing. Okay. Excellent job, Paul. Just as we go back through here, just see if there's anything else I want to say. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's one of your best. That's one of your best. Good line. That's excellent. And your that rock, that's great. That's beautiful. That's great. So you're getting better artwork by artwork, which is what we want. That's beautiful. That's really nice. That's great too. I think you probably are starting to become more aware of which ones are more successful than others. Okay. We got Robins here. First attempt at colored pencils. Well, that's pretty good. That's your first attempt. That's pretty good. I wonder what this image... Is that a heart? Okay, I think it's like a heart-shaped reflection, right? It's hard to... I'm trying to think of what that could possibly be. A heart with a... It's like wrapped with something, maybe? I'm not sure. Those are good roses. Those are good. That'd make a great tattoo. Maybe you just want to simplify it down to 2 or even just 1 rose. But those are nice. Great job. Oops. That's cool. What am I looking at there? That's strange. Huh. I like you're practicing your eyes. Excellent. These are great. I like all these little flowers. The more and more you do these, the better you're going to get. The more you want to be able to just do them in your sleep. Okay, great job, Robin. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I can offer you here. It's interesting focusing on eyes and flowers. And there is something similar to eyes and flowers. They're both, yeah, You know, they both kind of bloom in that, like, when your eyes are closed, it's like the flower petals are all closed, and then you open up, and they bloom like a flower. Like the petals are kind of like your eyelids. So it's interesting that those are the two things that you focused on here. I'm sure there's somebody who's done a painting that's got like an eye inside of a blooming flower. Let's just take a look. Oops. Not some sort of weird AI thing, but I think just kind of seeing those is kind of interesting. Whoa. Yeah, there's lots of potential there. I'm just kind of going off what I'm seeing here. Okay, Senga's up next. Senga says, waiting patiently to get feedback. So I didn't... tell me in the chat there, Senga, since you're right there. What is it we're looking at here in this image? Is this somebody else's artwork, I'm assuming? And then you got inspired by them to make drawings based on them. I mean, these are members, it's Liam and Noel Gallagher from Oasis, right? I don't know whose artwork these are. So I guess, is that the original? That's pretty cool. And then so there's another drawing. And then I think that's your version. Is that what is that correct? So let's go through these. No, these are my drawings. I sold them, got them put on canvas. So these are your drawings. Well, this is the person's house you sold them to. Well, I'm not sure how did you? There's like quite the leap between like sketches to finished product here. So they are. Like if we look at, so we've got, this is your initial drawing, and that's your final drawing. I mean, these look really cool. I guess I'm just really surprised because these seem so much more advanced than your earlier sketches, right? So I'm surprised that you go from here to there. I mean, that's exceptional that you're able to get there. But like this drawing is like a masterful drawing. That's pretty cool. You've been working on these for over a year. That's amazing. It does seem like that's a pretty complex drawing. So what method are you using to, because it's like a huge leap between like these sketches to that. It's pretty wild. I mean, it's like a evolutionary catapult forward in your ability. And you had them transferred onto canvas, got them put onto canvas. Because there's not very many people who would even be able to draw something quite this skillful. So it's just it's quite remarkable that you could get to that stage. But I'm very proud of you for doing it. That's great. Wow, that's amazing, Senga. Yeah, I'll have to check out your YouTube page and see. I imagine you have some demonstrations on how you finished these, or your process. That's really cool. Well done, Senga. I mean, I don't know if there's anything I can offer you that that you haven't already done here. I mean, I'm assuming you're probably most happy with your finished artworks. Your favorite is Kelly Jones. I'm assuming, is this Kelly Jones? I don't know who Kelly Jones is. And they're big drawings too, so you had them like digitally transferred somehow? Wow. Congrats, Senga. Some are tiles and some on paper. Here's moving on here. Oh, it's from the Stereophonics. Okay, I'm a Stereophonics fan. Vincius Moray. Lesson 10 of the beginner drawing course. Very cool. Great job on the shading and shadows. Wow, cool. A great job. I would say you could even go darker. Push those contrasts even more. Those contrasts are what's really going to help create some good dimension in your work. But overall, like, very, very pleased. You can see how when you put those shadows in and contrast, the highlights get brighter, right? And we could even maybe shade in some of the background to help really emphasize that. I think that would work quite well too. And then last but not least, we've got Wellbeing's art here. Is working on a comic book. So here's some characters they're creating. That's great. It's a character you've designed. I like seeing some of the panels before they've been really drawn in. That's great. I love this mountain pass scene. The year 1718, since the new reckoning. Excellent. Great. Wow, I can't wait to see this book when it gets all done here. Let's just zoom in. These are great. Wow, I wonder how many pages you've done here. Let's see more of them on the Facebook group. I think that would be awesome. Okay, so that brings us to the end. Just once again, encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are taking place. And if you found anything that we've been talking about throughout today's class to be helpful or funny, entertaining, or it helps you sleep, then consider leaving a donation. Price of a cup of coffee, $5 or something, helps pay for the internet and the cameras. I'm going to have to get a whole new camera system soon here. And you can scan that QR code or enter in that web address. It takes you to this PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Other things you could do is do an e-transfer via email or check in the mail. If you want my email, it's on the Facebook group where all of these images are. You can scan this QR code or enter in these web addresses. It'll take you to our Facebook page, which is where, again, all of these things are on there. Join the Facebook group, upload your work there, and then in April, in our next episode number 38, we've done that many of these bonus feedback episodes. We'll celebrate your work, and I would love to see you there. Maybe you're just watching and just looking at other people's work. Maybe it's the time that you take that next leap and put your work onto the Facebook group so that we can celebrate it. Again, just remember that making art, looking at art, it does so many positive things for one's own health and mental health. Helps overcome depression and anxiety, or at least helps deal with some of those feelings. It's a great way to express your own thoughts, your own story, and that creates little ripples that reverberate out into the world. And just imagine if more people were doing creative things than destructive things like bombing other countries, right? Or rounding up people and throwing them into cages, right? I think if all of our leaders took a drawing class or learned violin or some kind of creative pursuit, I think we'd live in a much more peaceful planet. So thank you to those of you who are helping to make our world a better place, and continuing to do so is how we get out of the mess we're currently in. We'll see you guys on a future episode. Tomorrow we're going to be returning to Helena Scherfbeck. We've got 3 paintings of hers we're going to be creating this week, assuming, knock on wood, that my daughter and I are healthy all week long. We'll do those episodes that I meant to do last week. And then we got some St. Patrick's Day stuff coming up. I've been really excited to do that. Some Irish artists to focus on. Until then, we'll see you again soon, my friends. Have a wonderful morning, evening, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. We'll see you again soon. Goodbye.